Okay, so I have updated the grind file. So if you look at the progress tab, you'll see stream 3 ended at level 15, 7,218 experience points. Note, stream ended early due to electrical storm. We are going to at least finish the limit grinds today. Okay, so when I open the laptop, when I lift the lid of the laptop, that should automatically wake up the computer. Okay, we're back. Hey, discard your time clock. Yeah, timer's fixed. We're good. I need the slippers again. Oh, so I also took advantage of the time away to eat some burritos. So I'll be able to play longer as well now. I was able to take in some calories. Yeah, 2 frozen burritos. So if you take a frozen burrito, and put a slice of processed cheese over to like melt over the top of the burrito right after you take it out of the microwave. That's actually pretty good, especially if you're starving. So welcome back, people. Oh, somebody should go to Disfiguring the Goddesses chat and say, "Oh, hey, MD is back." Oh, no, I microwaved it first. So in that case, with them being frozen, if you put the sliced cheese over it, then the cheese would end up warming it up. Because I keep the cheese slices in the refrigerator. Hey, Og's Wonderland. We're on stream 4 now. Oh, and did you notice? I didn't have to, like, reconnect the controller. Yeah, so, I don't think... I saw, who's the guy? The guy with the cowboy hat? I saw his, PB for burrito making. Arcus, yeah. I saw Arcus's burrito making PB, and I don't think I'm ever gonna make a burrito as fast as he can. So burrito speedruns are probably not gonna be my thing. Also, I can't speed eat, because of a rare medical issue. If I eat too fast, I begin vomiting. Now, okay, I could see how I could use this to my advantage in a competitive environment if I began vomiting on the other people in the competition and got them to quit. But as far as, like, winning one of those competitions straight up, I think is unlikely. Hey, discard. Okay, so we just made it to level 15. When we are about to turn level 16, that's when we will grind damage again. So basically, at the end of each level, that's when we will grind as much damage as we can. Towards, getting another meteor rain. We've had 2 meteor rains so far. Yeah, did you know about it? Was this your first time seeing the burrito speedrun? Okay, so just by coincidence, you typed burrito speedrun, not actually knowing that the burrito speedrun is really a thing. Well, now you know. Yeah. Arcus's burritos actually look pretty good. They're vegetarian. I don't think they're vegan. Like, I think the main thing is, protein. Or the main thing is, the main protein source in his burritos, I think, is, like, cheese and beans. Hey, Dash. So, we've worked out a number of stream issues, Dash. We now have it. So, as you can see, we now have a proper foot pedal. This is way better than the keyboard on the floor that I was using before. This is, like, way the fuck better. And the PSX controller no longer disconnects when I do a cycle of sleep and then restore. Yeah. That's what I use as well. When I bought 2 of them at once. Instead of paying, like, at the time, on eBay, they were like $30 each. And instead of getting 1 of them for $30, I got 2 of them in the same from the same seller for $45. So, like, this one is the one for the grind. This is the one for live split. What's the purpose of the reset? Okay, there was just an electrical storm that went through. Oh, if you mean... Okay, when you say the reset, which reset? We've had so many resets. So I just had a stream interruption. Like, I wasn't streaming the last, like, hour or whatever. And that was because an electrical storm just went through. And now that the sky is clear, I'm back on. If you're asking about what happened to the run that started on Monday, we had a crash at the beginning of Tuesday's stream, and then the rest of Tuesday was spent working on tech stuff and trying to minimize future crash risk. We didn't actually do any grind at all Tuesday, and then I started the grind properly again today. You're familiar, I assume? Or at least very soon you will be with the grind command. So, if you look at tab 2, the progress tab, that will keep you informed as to everything that's going on and, like, you know, notes for each stream and everything. Or at least, like, a sentence fragment describing the status of each stream. No, it's exclamation point grinder. You know how you're using too many vowels, discard. Way too many vowels. Yeah, that's it. Hemsworth's giving the people what they want. So we're gonna... We have... My plans for today, for the rest of today, are to at least get through the limit grinding again. We've done 2 uses on the current attempt. We've done 2 uses of Media Rain and 1 use of Blade Beam. I'm doing all of them... I'm doing the Media Rain grinding before I go back to do Blade Beam. To try to do Media Rain at as low a level as possible. We are currently level 15, and we are approaching 1/3 of 1% completion. This is way better with foot pedal, with the actual proper foot pedal, than okay. So you see the Highland Cow feat, in the future. So I've confirmed the existence of Bulbasaur slippers. So eventually, you're gonna be able to redeem channel points to make me switch between Highland Cow slippers and Bulba slippers. Or maybe I could have 1 foot Bulba and the other foot Highland Cow. Yep, the storm has passed. That's right. A wet bird does not fly at night. Also, my wife needs to find her Catatonia socks. My household has 1 set of Catatonia socks. Nice damage. At some point, relatively soon, Cloud should be able to start one-shotting things from the back row. And that's awesome, because then you end up taking way less damage, which means you don't have to use potions nearly as often. Yeah, that's based off of total EXP needed. That's correct, yeah. The total amount to get to level 99 is a little bit over 2.4 million. And we have a little over 7,000 right now. A solid day of streaming is worth about 0.8%. So 10 solid days of streaming is worth about 8%. Yeah, it's actually not that bad when you put it in percent completion terms. Like, I could reach 1% today, no problem, if I wanted. And then I would only need to do that 99 more times. You will support me. By that, you mean you're willing to pay for Bulbasaur slippers, right? Yeah, so that's why we need to kill Eris, Wizzy. That's probably why Sephiroth killed Eris as well. He was worried. He didn't want Holy to interfere with his grind. Oh, yeah, we didn't realize at the time how annoying her voice was. We had to wait until Remake. But yeah, it turns out she's really annoying. We also didn't know at the time that, that Wedge sounded exactly like Badger from Breaking Bad. Nice damage. Pa 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 pa. So playing Dragon Warrior is gonna actually, I think, be pretty easy using the foot pedal. I could almost play Dragon Warrior with the keyboard on the floor, and the foot pedal is gonna be way the fuck easier to deal with. And there's no Windows key on the foot pedal. Okay, so I'm getting used to playing the game off of OBS instead of looking at the laptop screen. Okay, if I just crit every time, then I can move to the back row already. I need to just always crit. That works too. Does that count as a crit? So I'm definitely keeping this window color for the rest of this stream. The window color update thing is going to be once per day. So if there's an interruption to the stream because of, like, weather-related issues or whatever. Basically, I like this color arrangement. Probably not MacGyver. Doing Junon laps requires paying way more attention to the game than you would expect. Junon laps require undivided attention. It would be cool to see that happen, though. You know, if somebody were capable of doing both at the same time. But I'm not that person. And I suspect that I'm the only person willing to do Junon laps at all. So, if I'm not going to do that, I think nobody is. If I'm not going to do them both at the same time. Yeah, I'm the only person who's willing to do this, and who's willing to do Junon laps. Can Chocobos be killed in battle? I wonder if you could damage overflow them. Does anybody know what happens if you do So Odin, I think, just misses. Does anybody know what happens if you do Kate Sith's all over limit break? That probably also just misses. There is no zombie status in FF7. Which game did Zombie introduce? I know that FF8 has it. I don't remember. I don't know 4 or 5. I don't know 4, 5, or 6 well enough to remember if they have a zombie status. But it's not in 7. I know for sure it is in 8 though. Well, if that's the case, then you are killing it. It's just, after you kill it, then it pecks you and runs away. I believe that's their response to literally everything except for feeding them a green. Got about 600, a little bit less than 700 next to the, or until the next level. So relatively soon, we're going to grind to damage again. At the end of every level, just before we're about to level up, that's when we deplete our potions to accumulate damage off of a dog. We need 4 more Meteor Rains, and then we can go to Blade Beams. And I have a feeling that we're gonna sub 9 limit breaks. Sub 9 getting both Climazard and Finishing Touch. Since we're doing this more efficiently now. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Bada, 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 bada. Ba 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 ba. 623 remaining. Okay, so this is one of the memes in response to a crit, right? So at some point, you're going to reveal that, after a really big crit, you're going to reveal that your entire life is a meme. That's a common affliction for people who are terminally online. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, I didn't update the stream title, so it still says Stream 3. Or, wait, it probably says Day 3, which is still true. It's still Day 3, but it's Stream 4. Whatever, we can pretend that this is still Stream 3. Nobody's gonna know. It's not like I just told everybody. Good pot. Okay, we've got a pot detector in chat. Are you going to be the stream's resident pothead? Good first turn. 61 damage. Any one of these levels now, Cloud should get a very big damage boost. So, one funny thing is that this grind is actually easier to do, with the slippers. The slippers actually, like, add leverage and stuff. It's actually mechanically easier to work the foot pedal with the slippers. They're like Highland Cow sprint shoes, as far as the grind is concerned. Ba 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 ba. $5,000 to Gil. There's a nice milestone. We're halfway to the 10,000 Gil milestone. Nice damage. There's another crit for you. So, I get the feeling that these enemies are extremely low level. You had an issue a couple weeks where your split pedal would stop working until you unplugged it and replugged it in. It happened when you had a blanket on your feet and split through the blanket. Dash? You think it was static electricity. Dash, have you considered blaming your cats? So, I have a substantial advantage, I think, compared to the setup that you're describing, and that's that I don't have any cats. Actually, you trying to do this at all, your cats would, like, purposefully, you know, ruin your setup, I'm sure. So this time I think blaming your cats, there's a good chance that that would be accurate. Ba, 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 ba. So I also hope that that doesn't happen with these slippers. Or with your cats. If your cats find a way to kill this run, I will blame them. My wife also happens to not be a cat. Okay, so, Dash, are you streaming now? Are you busy? I have something to ask you, or I have, like, an idea to run past you. If you're streaming now, then I'll wait till later. And if you don't reply, then I'll assume that you're not replying. Is who streaming? You were in Sneeze Town. I was asking if you were streaming. Basically, in a roundabout way of saying, can we have a conversation right now? Without you being distracted by other shit. We're not currently streaming. Okay. So, you know how you mentioned the possibility of making a specific, or making a custom controller for the grind? So I've basically decided that if I'm not able to make this work on the laptop, because, like, Windows/FF7 PC is just not stable enough to be able to keep it going for, you know, 1.2 whatever thousand hours. That the backup, like, what makes sense to do as the backup way of doing the grind. I think I can just farm a little bit of damage here. So, I also have a PS TV. Basically, this is an official Sony PSX emulator box. It accepts... So, the USB thing, I believe, is the controller input. So it should be able to take just about any USB-based controller input device. My idea is that if, for whatever reason, the PC/laptop arrangement ends up being completely unviable, this is the route that I'm gonna go for, like, the next step as, like, the alternative. The PlayStation TV. And then I would just keep this on the entire time. I would not use save states, but I would keep this on and powered the entire time. This thing allegedly sips power, and I'll have a fan pointed at it to, like... I might even, like, build heat sinks onto it. So I'm of the assumption, impression, guess, whatever, that USB control... If you're making a custom controller, that USB is going to be the easiest. Or, like, starting with a USB controller that already exists and then modifying it. Where it becomes concerning/interesting, whatever, is that I would want, /hope, whatever, to be able to have multiple different input devices connected to this at the same time. The way that I can have multiple different input devices connected to the laptop. Like, we've got the pedal here. We've got this. So, like, the reason the laptop is awesome is that I can have... Like, right now, I've got 3 fully viable input devices. And getting something like that to connect on this... Capture kit setup able to get around... Yeah, of course. And if it wasn't... That's... What you're describing is a ridiculously solvable problem. Like, insanely solvable. That's, like, the most solvable problem I've heard all day. So one of the ways to deal with that, is to run the HDMI signal through an HDMI splitter. I only have one HDMI splitter right now, but I could get more of them. So run through a splitter on the way. Yeah, so like an HDMI splitter is like maybe 10, 15 bucks. I'm not gonna let a $10 or $15 expense stop me from completing this grind. I just spent $150 on the uninterruptible power supply and $10 on the stand for this. The foot cam. Like, getting an HDMI splitter is definitely not going to be what stops me. Okay, we're down to one pot. That's a good question, Wizzy. Is he on now? I could watch him. I should probably see who's streaming. Okay. We got Shining Force from TRJ. Cornfed's doing NMS. Mutsky's doing FF9. Morningcraft is doing FF7. Okay, let's see. Okay, he's far enough to have May. That 1-3. Okay, I guess I'll watch Retro J. Okay, we're 147 away, but I'm out of potions. I'm not going to do any more damage farming. We won't damage farm until we're level 16, almost level 17. Ba, 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 ba. 9 minutes until 4:20 on live split. So there exist controller adapters that are universal. Controller adapters for modern systems. So that are effectively universal. They're expensive, but there are controllers that can, like, let you use an Xbox controller on a PS4 or a PS3 controller on an Xbox Series, whatever they call them, and whatever. And in order to make your particular combination work, you need to connect and like manually program the controller adapter. And so the fact that a PS TV can take a PS3 controller or a PS4 controller means I could use something like that to effectively turn something else into a PS4 controller. Those adapters cost about $100, but they exist. I might end up getting one of them so that I can use a PS3 controller while doing FF7 100% on HD console. Because I have a PS3 controller. I have a third-party PS3 controller that's really good. That's in the same physical shape as a DS2. So I can use the same, like, hand grips and everything that I normally do for FF7 while playing on PS4. One of them is. The one on the right is. The others are... Okay, so this one is, I think, an official Pokemon product. Yeah, this is, like... Whoever owns Pokemon made this thing. This is an official product. Whoever that guy is. Probably a billionaire. This one is from Thai. And this is from, conservation company called this one is from Follow Your Legend, which is like an environmentalism thing. Okay, we are now level 16. Puts us at 0.36. We are more than 1/3 of 1% done. LFG. Ba, 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 ba. When you turn your ears off, Wizzy. Sounds like you still have your ears on. No, more than that. You're missing a 9. It's like 1197 hours to go, roughly. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Okay, we don't yet have the big damage boost. Yes, 0.420, Hobby Man. 0.420. All 3 digits are significant. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, I think we are dangerously low on potions. It would really suck to lose this run to running out of potions. Can we at least make it to 4 hours and 20 minutes before we run out of pot? Running out of pot would be a really ironic way to have a run die. Bada, bada, bada. Okay, is everybody hyped for 420? Less than 2 minutes to 420. Okay, we have a little bit of pot now. Okay, pot levels are no longer critical. There's a nice pot as well. You can tell when I'm playing with the controller. Okay, I feel like laying back, kinda, using the keyboard for a while. Let's mix things up. We're switching to keyboard for 420. How long is this expected to take? At least 1,200 hours. Depending on efficiency, I'm expecting anywhere between 1,200 and 1,400 hours. The answer to that question is going to become a more clear as we get deeper into the grind. So what I'm doing at the beginning, there's some stuff that I'm doing at the beginning that's relatively inefficient. Because I'm, like, specifically waiting and doing nothing to let enemies damage me to fill my limit bar so I can grind all the limits. Before my max HP gets too high to allow that to be something, to allow that to be possible. So the start of it is relatively inefficient. Also, my efficiency is going to drop right away when I start playing other video games until I get good at multitasking. Once I'm good at the multitasking, then after a few days, we'll be able to get enough data to extrapolate out to get an expected finish time. But it will be at least 1,200 hours. If I were to do the grind inside the reactor at the first save point, then it's only 400 hours. The difference is that here on the first screen of the game, enemies give you way less experience, and the encounter rate is a lot lower. And the fact that you only have one character, the encounter rate is a lot lower, meaning you have to do more movement on average per fight. And only having one character means you can't wait trick, and the fights themselves take longer to complete. Yeah, inside the reactor, there aren't as many Highland cows. Oh, and no Highland cows are harmed. Obviously. Who would ever harm a Highland cow? Happy 420, everybody, if you missed it. Bada, 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 bada. I feel like... Hold on a second. There's gotta be a better place to put these. How about here? Does that work? Is that clear and obvious? No, they put the slipper inside the Highland cow, Dooley. They didn't put the Highland Cow around the slipper. They took a Highland Cow and put a slipper in it. In a non-harmful manner. Yeah, they slipped it in. That's why they call it a slipper. Ba-ba. Well, I'm definitely not going to argue with a Highland Cow. Hey, Nicolas Cage. So, you double lapist, Chris Abyss yesterday. I'm really disappointed in you. Yeah, he was 7 minutes ahead of PB. That's more than 6.9 minutes. How could you? Or I should say, how could you again? Ba 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 ba. Okay, so we are approaching Media Rain number 3. Yeah, I thought about it, but they're too far away. There are too many screens away. Both Ice and Lightning are not unequipable yet. Not unequipable until after the 7th Heaven cutscene thing that gives you the materia menu. So yeah, we're stuck with them. If I could remove them so it would do a little bit more damage, I would. Especially removing them after they're mastered. Yeah, they level up. We get Bolt 2 actually pretty early, pretty quickly, relatively speaking. So in the first stream where I did the grind for like 9.5 hours, we got Bolt 2, I think around hour 7. We got Bolt 2 and Ice 2 at the same time, a lot faster than I was expecting to get them. Yeah, we definitely had it before level 20. Hey, Beantude. Yep. Our setup is way better now, as you can see by the foot cam. I'm not using it now. Oh, and We don't just have the foot cam. We actually have a proper and functional foot pedal arrangement. So we're no longer using a keyboard on the floor. What's the plan for managing Gil for the 99 grind? In what respect? What do you mean? In what way are you worried about it? Having too much... There is no having too much Gil problem. Yeah, so... The fastest way to lose the Fort Condor game is going to be just let the enemy reach the top. So Fort Condor will not be a problem. You have to let them reach you, actually. Yeah. Yeah, probably that's what the person who was asking the question was thinking about. Yeah, so you start the minigame and then do absolutely nothing. And once the enemy makes it to the top of the map, that's when you fight Commander Grandhorn. Okay, Meteor Rain. This is number 3. Also, hey, Adraxis. Discard your limit bar. We discarded it. Okay, we need to do 2 more damage. We need to hit the dog for 69. That's not 69. Ba 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 ba. Nice damage. I want to see how many pots I have. 7. Okay, we'll be able to farm some damage at the end of this level. Um, 1,100. Okay, a little bit over 1,000 remaining. The next level. So just before each level up, that's when we deplete our potions to farm damage. We are halfway done using Meteor Rain. We've done 3 of them, we need 3 more. Then we go to limit level 2 and do our blade beams. The blade beams might happen automatically, actually. Like, I might actually not need to farm damage. I still will. I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk losing the ability to learn Blade Beam. Or to learn Climazard. But it's possible that it could happen automatically. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Cloud seems like he can't make up his mind which direction he wants to run. $66 damage, almost 69. Nice pot. Okay, apparently Retro J had a reset. Looks like he had a really good 1-1, though, in this run. Nice pot. Look above the... Yeah. So your next question is going to be, what percent complete are you to the nearest 100th of 1%? Right? Hey, Mercadiator. No, 0.69% is the best. Also 69% and 6.9%. Yeah, this has never been done before. A number of people, probably like a dozen or so, have done the grind inside the reactor, like getting to the first save point and doing the grind there. If you do that, you have the advantage of being able to save because there's a save point. And the enemies give a lot more experience, and you can weight trick because you have two party members, you have Barrett with you, and that grind takes about 400 hours. The time estimate for how I'm doing it here is at least 1.2 thousand hours. This is about 3 times, or like 1/3 as fast, or 3 times slower, depending on whether you want to be grammatically correct or not. This has never been done before. My first person to attempt this. For the first screen of the game, yes. There's another person who is doing something similar to this, but he has gone to the 4th screen of the game. Still technically before the reactor, and still technically with Solo Cloud. But you know the bridge screen where Wedge goes over to the side? That screen has mono drives on it. There's somebody whose Twitch username is the Dome Zone, who is doing the grind on that screen. And last I heard, he was at level 40. How can I do this without saving? You have to sleep and it can't crash, etc. Yeah, that's all true. This is being done on a laptop. Actually, try !stream plans. That will give a little bit of description for what's going on here. Also, you might be interested in exclamation point grind to get some more details. But I'm playing it on a laptop. The reason it's on a laptop is... The main reason is because the laptop has an internal battery, so if the power goes out, the laptop will keep running because it has, you know, a built-in internal power supply, and I have an uninterruptible power supply in between the laptop and the wall. So I've got 2 layers of, like, backup power redundancy on the laptop. The way that I'm interrupting progress when I need to, like, go to bed, or when I need to leave, or whatever, is to put the computer into sleep mode, and then just leave it alone. And then, when you... If FF7 is running, and you put the computer into sleep, and then you wake the computer up again, you'll be... FF7 will be uninterrupted. You'll be able to pick up right where you were in FF7. So this is all being done as one continuous session on Windows. Just interrupted by putting the computer to sleep. So the way Barrett works is he joins at average party level -1. So if I get Cloud to level 99, then Barrett will join at level 98. The time that is done is... So if each character has a slightly different calculation. But for Barrett, it's average party level -1. The time that is done is when you name him. The screen where you name him, he levels up, based on Cloud's current level. Yeah, it is the naming screen. And that is why... So, if you know how... You know how when you do guard skip, you end up skipping the part of the game where you meet Eris and name Eris? Because you skip the naming of Eris when you do guard skip, then when Eris joins you, she will be level 1. Because you don't get that... You know, that thing doesn't happen. And there is also a skip to get past the name Cloud and Barrett cutscene on the second screen of the game. And if you do that, then when Barrett does join, Barrett will join at level 1. Okay, so if you're asking after you name him, but before he joins your party, that's what you're asking about specifically? Okay, I don't know with certainty the answer to that question, but my best guess is that he's getting half. So if you were to immediately name Barrett and then do the grind on the screen, on the bridge screen with Wedge... Yeah, it's a very particular question. If you were to do the grind on the bridge screen with Wedge, then when Barrett... and get to level 99 there, then my guess is that Barrett will start at, like, level 79. Because that's about half the experience. Level 79 is about half the experience of level 99. Okay, we are going to be able to farm damage. Actually, if you're curious, which probably you are, because why wouldn't you be? I'll put a link in chat that shows the chart for everybody and what experience they need for what level. There's some, like, interesting anomalies on the chart. Like, there's a particular level, like, somewhere in the mid-80s, like from like level 84 to level 85 for or whatever, something like that for Cloud, where that level gap is longer than any of the other level gaps for Cloud, including from level 98 to level 99. As a as a side effect of how the calculations. So every character has a series of different curves, and when you go from Cloud has a setup where like in the low to mid 80s, he's on a slow curve, and then from the mid 80s to mid 90s, he's on a steep curve. And when you transition from the low curve to the steep curve, you need to catch up to where the steep curve expected you to be. And that gap is the most difficult, that takes the most experience level that Cloud ends up getting. That could easily be true, Adraxis. It's 10 levels per curve. So they should all end in the same number. Okay, we got stymied by... Okay, Run's dead. I clicked on an advertisement by accident. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here is experience for each level for each character. You can calculate it out by hand, or you can just look at that. It's easier to look at that. Yeah, there are a lot of gaps like that. We're approaching one of those for Cloud. At one of these points, Cloud is going to level up, and then he's going to do almost twice as much damage as he was doing the previous level. Yeah, when I was a kid, I did this without Excel. I calculated all of this stuff out by hand, like on graph paper. So I was around when the calculations for this, when the formula was being discovered. The guy who found the formula for this, you're probably thinking, oh, it's Terrence Ferguson. But before Terrence Ferguson, there were a bunch of nerds like me on FinalFantasyOnline.com. And one of us, his name was his username is Procyon, was the one who cracked the code for, like, back calculated from that data, to see what the actual formula was. Or, oh, 420 hit points. Fuck yeah. You know, in the time before the Terrence Ferguson guides. I have a lot of history with this game. Okay, so we are level... Should be approaching 17 soon. Relatively soon I'm going to be able to farm damage. Okay, it's nice that the experience bar is shown visually. So you don't need to, like, you don't really need to look at any numbers while you're clicking through the battle rewards thing to have an idea when the next level up is coming. The enemies here drop potions, Mercadiator, and they drop potions faster than you need to use them. Yeah, we heal with pot. So there, we just used 2 pots. Yeah, I have it calculated out to like level 28 for everybody for the same reason, Adraxis. I gave that experience to Cloud. The diamond experience damage. That's how I chose to do it. So, I better have a lot of hit points by the time that happens, Wizzy. Oh, but you were doing it... Okay, if you're doing it in the context of a speed run. So I was not doing it in the context of a speed run, Adraxis. So which character you give the experience damage from Diamond Weapon to is going to depend on a lot of different factors than I was thinking about. In my case, I put it on Cloud just because it was easiest mathematically. So whether or not there's feet, we can toggle the foot cam. Nice damage. I think the minimum damage that you can take is 1. Although, I don't think I've tested it. Really, I don't think I've tested that. So we'll find out. But I think minimum damage is 1. Very soon, once we go to the back row, we're gonna start taking 1 damage from some of the attacks. I'm not in the back row yet. Once I'm able to do enough damage that I can one-shot all of the enemies from the back row, then I will move to the back row, and then my HP is going to go down a lot slower. Hey, Soup. Yeah, everything else is rounded up. I think the only way that you can be hit for 0 is if you have something that... If you have, like, an elemental invalidation thing going on. Like, if you're immune to fire, and a fire-based attack is going to hit you for 0. It will actually show the 0. I think that's the only circumstance. If I hit myself by accident, well, I always have more HP than damage I do to myself. it's going to be very, very, very difficult for me to hit myself by accident. If I'm holding up and confirm, let's say that I accidentally have both up and confirm held down on the foot pedal, then instead of me attacking myself, I will use a potion on myself. If I have down and confirm on the being held, then instead of me attacking myself, then I will cast bolt on an enemy. Also, my attacks are soon going to be, like, really weak compared to my max HP. The Buster Sword is a really shitty weapon. Like, I'm not going to deliberately attack myself to see how much damage I do to myself. That's not something that I'm gonna try for hopefully obvious reasons, but I'm not at all worried about it happening. Or the run dying if it does happen. I don't have any plans to let my hit points get low at all. Like, I'm always gonna keep my hit points on the high side of the... Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I can let myself drain down to 500 when my max HP is 5,000. When my max HP is 5,000, I'm probably never gonna let it go below, like, 3,000. How much does Bolt 3 cost? I think somewhere in the 50s. I think it's 52. Also, we have one ether. So even if we accidentally use up all of our MP during the grind, we can use an ether just before we fight Guard Scorpion, so that we can definitely cast Bolt 3 on Guard Scorpion. Looks like we're close. Yeah, I need to farm some damage. Thing is, except for lightning and ice, my materia is all going to be low level. So, like, ordinary attacks are going to be the way to go for almost everything. Okay, 40 left before I reach level 17. I really want to get a dog so I can kill it. No, we are gaining experience in AP way slower than inside Reactor 1. We are gaining, good, we got a dog. We are gaining that stuff about 1/3 the speed. Okay, we've got 12 potions. We can probably get a Media Rain here before we level up. Oh, Mercadiator, have you seen the thing? Do you know what the strategy is here? So I'm able to play do the grind with my feet using, like, a foot pedal. There's a foot pedal there. And the idea is, during that time, I'm going to play a bunch of other video games so I don't get bored. starting with Dragon Warrior 1 through 4, the Shining Force games, and lots of other stuff that I have planned that you can see on that list. So right now, I'm only doing FF7 because Cloud is low level, and I want to get him all of his limit breaks, and I want to get him so that there's no danger of him dying if I'm not paying attention to FF7 for a little while, and then I'm gonna start playing those other games. And by the time those other games are done, then the grind should be just about done. And I can always, you know, like, change my plans and shit. But, like, that's what I have in mind to start. And there's a lot of stuff on that list that I've been putting off playing until I do the grind. Like, Persona 5, I'm really excited to play. And I've been, like, deliberately not playing it because it would be a perfect thing to play, while doing this grind. Same with, like, Wizardry, Labyrinth of Lost Souls, and Power Wash Simulator, and stuff like that. Well, in my experience so far, using the foot pedal is no issue. I'm not having any comfort issues with any of my input methods. After having done this for, a fair number of hours. After having done this long enough that if there were going to be any issues, I think they would have started to arise by now. Okay, so now we're farming damage, because we want to fill our limit bar, because we want to learn Finishing Touch. What was the reason for the restart? Game crashed. The game crashed near the beginning of Stream 2. So, at the beginning of Stream 2, I started... So, my initial setup was not nearly as good as my current setup. I'm gonna turn the cam back on, so you can see. So, like, this is an actual, like, serious foot pedal. Like, here's up, here's down. It has just 3 buttons, and then in the middle is confirm. The first couple days, I was not using the foot pedal. The first couple days, I just had a keyboard on the floor, and I was using spacebar for confirm. And it was not nearly as efficient, and it was way more annoying to do that. And what ended up happening a lot was me trying to hit the spacebar and instead hitting one of the Windows keys. And if you do that, it'll tab out of the game. And it's really fucking annoying. And so what I tried to do then was switch keyboards to one that has fewer Windows keys on it. I didn't have any keyboards that don't have any Windows keys. But when switching keyboards to a different keyboard that doesn't have as many Windows keys, and that in theory is a gaming keyboard that you can, like, put some inputs into to disable the Windows keys on that particular keyboard. While doing that keyboard swap, the game crashed. And then I spent the rest of that stream working on various tech issues and, like, getting this actually set up and stuff like that. And the controller had an issue where it would sometimes disconnect, and that's been solved, so the controller never disconnects. And so on and so on. And then today, once all of the obvious, at least, tech issues were worked out, then I started the grind for real. I only ended up losing about 10 or 11 hours worth of grind. And losing 1 day is way better than losing 10 days or 1 month. So I'm really happy that the crash happened when it did. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Oh, so you want to see something cool? I unboxed something earlier. Since we don't have much going on right now as we're farming damage. So. Let me get the cool thing. And then you can be like, oh, cool. This is a disc-based Game Shark. The reason I got this is because somebody in the FF7 community, Ace Zephyr, recently made some Game Shark codes that will allow you to display any RAM address that you choose as, like, the value of any RAM address that you choose to be displayed instead of your GIL. So, using some codes for this and in Final Fantasy VII, we'll be able to effectively RAM watch on a natively running FF7 console, on a natively running console. So, we'll be almost, we won't be able to edit the RAM, but we'll be able to view any RAM address that we so choose. So we'll be able to, like, see our step count values or whatever we want. As an interesting diagnostic tool for actual FF7 on an actual console. And then, changing gears to your next question, is farming the limit really the best thing to do? So, you know how there's a calculation when you take damage? There's a calculation when you take damage, to determine how much to increase your limit bar. And that calculation is based off the damage that you just took compared to your max HP. Eventually, if your max HP gets too high, then the maximum amount of damage that I'm able to take on the first screen eventually gets rounded down to increase my limit bar by 0. So, if I am going to... I don't need to grind my limits now, but if I am going to grind my limits, I need to do them now. Because if I just, like, grind levels, I will quickly get to where my level is too high and I can't grind limits anymore, because my max HP is too high. So that's why we're doing that here. And that's why I'm doing it just before I level up. So, after the next fight, I'm going to go from level 16 to level 17, and then, instead of comparing against 580 max HP, I'll be comparing against, what, like 640 or whatever, which is going to make the bar go up slower. Boy. Okay. I'll probably finish around midnight to 2 a.m. Somewhere in the midnight to 2 a.m. range. Enjoy your nap. Ba 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 ba. Okay, maybe it's gonna be easier with the controller. Oh yeah, and the amount of damage I take is gonna go down. as my vitality increases. That's among the factors. The main thing, though, is your max HP. Even at level 21, in the previous run, I made it to level 21 before the crash happened, and at that time, that tentacle attack was still doing 10 damage to me from the front row. But eventually, it'll do less than that. It has to. Right. Well, I'll be here another 1,195 hours, at least. So, I'll probably still be here. You know, when you're done with whatever the thing is. We've thought about that, Adraxis. There are two potential workarounds. First is that, allegedly, in theory, maybe, if you do one of the first 3 possible Fort Condor battles, then, regardless of your level, allegedly, regardless of your party level, you'll get the level 19 Commander Grandhorn. If that's true, then we're good to go. If that's not true, then also allegedly, if you do the Fort Condor battle without a full party of 3, then you're allegedly always going to get the low-level Commander Grandhorn battle. So because we're doing Calm Skip, yeah, allegedly is because this is not, I have not personally tested it. But according to, like, things that talk about the calculations, so I'm doing Calm Skip, obviously, because it's a speed run. And then if you return to Calm after having done Calm Skip if you return to Calm later, your other party members will leave, and then you have Solo Cloud. Then I'll take Solo Cloud to Fort Condor and have Solo Cloud attempt the Fort Condor thing. And that might allow me to fight the level 19 Grandhorn. Okay, we're still level 16. We're about 1 fight away from 17. So those are the 2 plans. If we can get either of those to work, then we will get the Vajarisk Claw. The other thing that I'm a little bit worried about is the Mithril. You know, the sleeping guy who gives you the Mithril depending on how many total fights you've had? Allegedly, I don't know this for sure, but allegedly, you can overflow the number of fights. And when you overflow it, allegedly, it resets to 0. If that's true, then we're good. If it gets to a certain number and then stops incrementing, then we're fucked. So those are the 2 obvious things that could go wrong when trying to do a hundo following this. The Mithril and the Vajarisk Claw. Everything else should be fine, though. Okay, so level 17 is 0.43. Also, I need to have, Master Tonberry not hit me. Master Tonberry is gonna do a lot of fucking damage to Cloud. Ba 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 ba. Hey, Gunder Road. Yeah. Dog's Grudge, Shinra MP's Grudge. Yep, level 17. We're almost halfway there to a percentage. Level 18 is 0.52%. Oh, let's see what my damage is like. Yeah, okay. There I just did the damage jump. I was doing like 60 and now I'm doing almost 100. Okay, so we might be able to kill things from the back row now. Find out. Yeah, just like this. It's also known as dancing, Og. Well, that one shot from the back row. Yeah, the guardhounds have 42. At the very beginning of the grind, sometimes you hit for 40 or 41 from the front row with a non-critical. It's really annoying. Got him. All right, so the rate at which we take damage now is going to plummet. I'm going to stay in the back row until we've finished farming Meteor Rain. And I think I'm going to do all of the Blade Beam stuff from the front row. Yeah, we have... potion drops are the only way that we can heal. So yes, we rely on potion drops. Thankfully, the potion drops happen faster than you need to use them. Especially now that I can kill things from the back row. So I'm taking way less damage. I can one-shot from the back row. So what I like, Og, are the games where when you level up, you don't make it to your new max, but you make it to your previous max. Let's say that your max used to be 100 hit points and you level up and now your max is 120, and your current is like 10. If once you level up, now instead of being 10 out of 120, you're 100 out of 120. So that way it doesn't feel like you're getting, like, a massive amount of charity, but you do, like, leveling up does feel significant, you know, more significant that way. But, like, not to an extent that's game-breaking. So full max just feels game-breaking. So, Og, how much of this grind have you seen? Do you know how, So, seen 2 minutes of it. You see how I've got a foot pedal here? Got 3 buttons on it, but they're, like, the most important buttons. Try the... Okay, I'll make the thing. Grind. So if you look at that, you'll see a list of video games that I plan on playing with my hands while doing the grind with my feet. And if I get really, really good, to where, like, I can totally if I get really, really good at autopiloting, the multitasking, whatever, I could, in theory, try playing, what's the one video game? Cyberpunk. during this. My FF7 speaker fell over. Hold on. This is my speaker for Final Fantasy VII. I have not tried Cyberpunk yet, but I'm saying that maybe, theoretically, possibly, I could conceivably get to it during this grind. Probably not. But if I get really good at multitasking... Have I installed it? No. I own it. I've owned it for a long time. So I don't know which computer I should install it on yet. I don't know if so... I have two computers that, in theory, could be the computer that I play it on. And until I know for sure which one. One of them has a 9th Gen i7 and a 4070. The other has an 8th Gen i7 and a 2070 Super. And I play at 1080... I'm completely fine with 1080p 60 FPS. I don't have any monitors that are higher resolution than 1080p. And I don't care whatsoever about ray tracing. I care about whether or not the game itself is good. Not about, like, how pretty it is. A bad game that's pretty is a bad game. A good game that's not pretty is a good game. So probably I should do this from the front row. Yeah, so it's a complete coincidence, Wizzy. Total coincidence. That works in my favor, but it is a coincidence. That she happens to be really, really good looking. But I chose her because she's good. I'm gonna go to the front row. This way I can farm some damage, while also accumulating potions. This is going to be a little bit more, efficient. Nothing on the first screen can drop an ether. Only potions. We start the game with a single ether. And that's all we're gonna have until we're done with the reactor, at least. Oh, actually, no. Once we get into the reactor, if we decide to continue to grind, the mono drive enemy is able to drop ethers. But on the first screen of the game, with just these two enemy types, both of these enemies are only able to drop potions. Once you get to the fourth screen of the game, then you can start to get ethers. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, now my foot cam is migrated up here. Ba, 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 ba. So what would be even better is if the composer played Final Fantasy VII for the first time. And got to hear all of the music. And play the game and stuff. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. I don't know what kind of pun you're trying to make, Adraxis. I think it got a little bit too complicated even for me. The full playthrough of my wife playing FF7, that full playthrough is on, there's like a playlist for it in my Twitch VODs, Twitch highlights. Probably I should put that up on YouTube. Okay, yeah. Eston Centenaris era vehemency, burning inside with violent anger. Source immanis et inanis, fate is monstrous and empty. Veni veni venias ne memori facias. Time is coming, I will not die. Glorioso generosa. Generous glory. Sephiros. Okay, so the problem I had... I get it now, Adraxis. So, you see how the statement just before what you said was Og saying something about my wife? And then your reply had the word she in it, and I thought that you were referring to my wife rather than referring to the composer. So if I knew... If it was clear to me that you were referring to the composer, then my chance of catching the reference would have gone way up. Ba, 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 ba. So, Adraxis, you know how on your Twitch page, like in your Twitch about section, you have something that says that like when you play video games, you're commonly playing at a very high level and need to put your full focus on the game. So you may not be able to respond to chat. And in case you didn't know that your about page says that, it does. I should have that on the screen during the grind when I get tired of talking to chat and just want to run up and down. Like, nope. Can't talk to you guys, I'm busy. This requires my full focus. If we're fast, Slotchy, it could be 4.20 months. It'll be somewhere between 4.20 and 6.9 months. Sorry, guys. This is the hard part. He did it. So can you. Do you want to be respected by your parents? Well, your options? Your options are to either grind to level 99 on the first reactor, or the first screen of FF7, or if you're more of an FF9 person, then you can do it in the Evil Forest. That's a good idea, Praetor. Oh, then I could put headphones on, and I could pretend that I can't hear chat because of the headphones. What's the motivation for this? This has not been done before. And things in Final Fantasy VII are interesting in proportion to whether or not they've been done before. So, if people think that something is impossible, that kind of makes me do it. Also, in addition to that, after you read everything under that, like, grind whatever thing, then look at stream plans, and you'll see the stream plans link will give you more of an idea, if you're new here, as to, like, what else I do. Like, I'm working on all bosses blindfolded in Final Fantasy VII, for example. I'm the person who did the routing for Final Fantasy VII 100% speedrun. I have a very long history expanding the boundaries of this game. And this is just, like, the next thing that I'm doing along that trend, along that, you know, along those lines. What are my plans to stay sane? Did you just read the grind thing? You see the video games? Oh, yeah, okay. That's a good point. That's a really good point, Og. I can't believe I missed that. Yeah. What do you mean, stay? Wouldn't it be more reasonable to ask, if I'm worried about becoming sane? Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Oh, nope. Nobody has mentioned Dick Tree. You are the first
You're following
sedation holiday.
Just a little bit.
Thank you for the follow, Slotchy. Nobody mentioned Circle Master either. At least a dozen. Record keeping back then wasn't very, you know, good. So everybody remembers and knows about the dick tree thing just because there's a YouTube video on it, and for no other reason. The most recent person that I am aware of to have done the grind inside the reactor is Dave Stereo. And he was kind enough to time it, and for him it was 400 hours. He did that, like, a few years ago. But back in the day, before speedrunning was a thing, what people would do when they ran out of things to do in FF7 and they still wanted to play FF7, would be to grind a Cloud and Barret to level 99 before Guard Scorpion. That was a relatively normal thing. Yeah, 400 hours is, like, it's completely doable. And there's a save point and everything. You don't need to do it all in one session, like how I'm doing here. Okay, you at some sedation ask what limit am I at? I have a Meteor Rain learned. I need to use Meteor Rain 6 times in order to learn Finishing Touch. I need to use it. I've used it 4 times so far. I need to use it 2 more times, and then I'm going to start grinding Blade Beams to eventually learn Klim Hazard. Do I have any protection against power outage? Yes. This is FF7 PC being played on a laptop that has a battery, because it's a laptop. And I have an uninterruptible power supply between the laptop and the wall. So I have 2 layers of battery for protection against power outage. Yeah, kids these days just turn on the boosters. Save states are not possible on PC, and even if they were, I would not be willing to use them because I would consider that's too much cheating for me. That's too ethically, like, I'm unwilling to interfere with the game, to interact with the game on that level. If Cloud dies, I don't want to be able to just load a save state. If Cloud dies, for example, that should be the end of the run. Did you ever TikTok any FF7 content? Did you ever make any FF7 content for TikTok? Or did you ever look at any FF7 content on TikTok? I don't know why I'm expanding on this, because the answer is definitely no for both of those questions. Oh yeah, also back then, that's another important thing. People didn't have massive Steam libraries, because there was no Steam. Back then, if you had 4 video games, you were lucky. And ideally, one of those games is going to be Final Fantasy VII. So you're going to play FF7 way more back then than, like, people who, like, who pretend to be playing FF7 these days would play it. Yeah, that's basically the calculation. Yeah, we keep it real here, Adraxis. But you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who play it on HD console and turn on the boosters and, like, have every attack from Cloud be Braver. And they turn off the encounters, and they turn up the speed. They'd be like, yeah, I played Final Fantasy VII. So the great thing about the PSX era is that you could just get a memory card, and you could play an RPG, while renting it repeatedly from a rental place. Because you couldn't really do that, you know, with a Super Nintendo RPG, because, you know, you return it, and you're returning your save file because it's, like, integrated into the cartridge. But thanks to memory cards, it became possible to rent games and, like, keep a long playthrough going over several rentals. Memory cards are awesome. Oh, yeah. So, the thing is, Atraxis, I don't consider Remake to be FF7. Playing Remake isn't even pretending to play FF7. Oh yeah, the solution to that, Wizzy, is to not lose your memory cards. Is this the first known attempt on the first screen? Yes. And I have a long enough history with this game that if anybody else had ever done this, I would have heard about it. So I'm reasonably certain that this is the first ever. So people who know me from back in the day will not be surprised by this whatsoever. If anything, it's surprising that it's taken me this long to finally do this. Hey, Tifa. We finally started. We're almost a 0.5% complete. What's the time estimate? At least 1.2 thousand hours. Somewhere between 1.2 and 1.4. Be careful. Don't let Timeclop see that command.
So not 420.69?
Oh, it's 1,420.69. Tifa, thanks for the Prime spin. Let's get you a spin. After we get a fight. Come on, fight. In between names, there's a 60-day cooldown. The 400 hours... Okay, there's more to the question. What was the 400 hours from? Is that just the experience difference? Yeah. Most of it is the experience difference because the enemies here give far less in terms of battle rewards. There are enemy formations further into the reactor. So further into the reactor. There are some fights that have like 4 enemies, and those enemies each give like double or 2.5x the amount that the enemies here give. So there's more enemies per fight on average. Significantly better battle rewards per enemy on average. Higher danger increase per step, so less movement between battles on average. And having a second party member means that you can weight trick, so the enemies will get fewer attacks per fight on average. So all of those factors together make the grind inside the reactor about 3 times faster than the grind on the first screen. The biggest factor is the amount of battle rewards per enemy. The ideal place to do the... Okay, is it 4 beam guns or 4 laser dudes? I think it's a mix. It's some of the beam gun guys and some laser dudes, I think. The particular screen where the best screen if you're to do the grind on in the reactor is the screen just before the save point. The screen that has the pipe. Or no, not that. The screen where Jessie gets her leg stuck is the screen that has the most favorable encounters. If I recall correctly. I think that's true. Hey Mog, I saw the recent mock-ups, and I didn't reply because I'm busy thinking about them. But one of them, I think the first one on your list of 4 is probably going to become the emote. It's probably done already, I just need to decide that it's done. I have done some testing of this using a DDR pad, and the problem is... There are a number of problems, but the biggest problem with using a DDR pad is that the buttons are too far away from each other. So, Sedation Holiday, did you notice that it took a really, really long time between fights there? I had to run up and down, over and over and over and over to finally get the fight that I just got. That delay is among the reasons why it takes a lot longer, to get the, to do the grind out here. The encounter rate on this screen is really low. It's abnormally low. Three monos and 2 grunts? Okay. Yeah, so one of those fights with 3 monos and two grunts is going to be way... So even those grunts are give way better rewards than the Shinra MP here. Yeah, 98. Holy shit, that's a lot of experience. Could you imagine getting almost 3 digits of experience from a single fight? That's unbelievable. That's like movers. 98 experience? Hey, Wedgeroth. This dog is gonna give me like 10. $20. So I have to kill 5 dogs. To be equivalent to a single movers fight that has, 3 mono drives and 2 of the beam gun dudes. How many times? You can only do it once. We don't have access to the materia menu, so we can neither equip nor unequip materia. So Cloud starts with a bolt and an ice equipped, and he cannot change that. Once they get mastered, then they just stop. Then all of the AP that you get after that point is useless. We will actually be learning Bolt 2 and Ice 2 relatively soon. Like around level 18 or 19, we get Bolt 2. I don't know how long it takes to get Bolt 3. It'll be a while though for Bolt 3. $69 viewers, nice. Hey, Turtle. We have a proper foot cam now. So once I get into the other video games, I have a feeling that... And once I get good at multitasking, I have a feeling that this is going to be no problem at all. Really, the only thing that I'm worried about is the computer crashing. The foot pedal is not uncomfortable. I can do this foot pedal all day, every day, for days on end. I think it's the dog and the grunt is the movers of the first screen. The dog is 20 experience. There's a 2 grunt, a 1 grunt, a dog and grunt, a dog forward, and a dog back attack. There is a single guy, right? Yeah, I'm updating the percentage completion every time that my level increases. And at the start of every stream. So the 0.43% is compared to the experience that Cloud needs to learn to be level 99, which is a little bit more than 2.4 million. Okay, I'm back to the keyboard for a while. Yes. You keep accumulating experience. But your level stops going up. Ba 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 ba. Thing is, you've got to level up your enemy away. You have to level up your enemy away somehow, right? They are additive with each other. They both affect the same variable, and their effects become cumulative with each other. So if one of them is leveled such that's like plus 10% encounter rate, and the other one is effectively minus 4%, then having both of those equipped at the same time will be effective net of plus 6%. Okay, so let's see how much experience we get from this fight. This is the good fight. This is the movers. $36 experience points. Holy shit, that's a lot.
Dina, it's a gas mask bomb.
God, he was so smart.
Need cute slippers.
Thank you for the gas mask bong, Turtle. Let me get you some cute slippers. Oh, actually, we also need to... We need to grind some damage. Yeah, that's so much EXP. That's more than a third of 100. Come on, Cloud, get in the fight. Perfect. This is the fight we wanted. Cute slipper time. Ba 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 ba. Did run reset? Yeah, this is the second run. The first run, well, we didn't. The first run wasn't, like, intentionally reset. The first run died to a game crash. Anybody upload this to WikiFeet yet? Not yet. Not that I'm aware of yet. Also, hey, Zrogex. Okay, so are we going to reach 420 hit points? So once I start playing other games at the same time, I'll turn off the music for FF7. I'll have it so FF7 still has sound effects, but not the You know, the battle music and whatever. Well, actually, the battle music is the field music at this point, anyway. Way less repetitive music. Yeah, repeat that over and over and over. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ba da ba da ba da ba da 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 da. Diddle da 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 diddle da. Yeah. So that's Dragon Warrior. Now you guys know what to expect. Grind to 30 on slimes, yeah. Green, no, not green. Blue and red slimes only. Dragon Warrior 2. I don't... It's been too long. I can't immediately rattle off the Dragon Warrior 2 music. Dragon Warrior 2 music is quite a bit different. Okay, we'll probably be able to get this limit before we level up. Yeah. The limit bar is in increments of 225. Or, well, yeah, 256. Starting at 0. So, the main issue that I have with Dragon Warrior 2 right now is that you don't get to name the Prince of Canuck or the Princess of Maidenhall. So when they join, the game just, like, RNGs you a name for them. And that means that I can't ration off their...
I'm at level 47.
That means I can't, like... hold their names hostage the way I am for Shining Force names. Speaking of Shining Force names being held hostage, thank you, Retro J, for bringing Wizzy the Elephant to level 47. So are you streaming now? Okay, it looks like you finished. So Wizzy, check this out. Not Wizzy, TRJ. So go here, click on this link, and then look at the third tab. And then in honor of the gift sub that you just did, you can choose a name for one of the Shining Force characters that has not yet been named. So, pick a name. Alright, name it Shelly. So who's gonna be Shelly? May needs to be named Glue. Alright. Write that down. Right, got it. I'm not logged into the file thing now. I'll update it at the end of the stream. But May is going to be Glue now. Why are we farming limits? If we are... So this is a 100%... This is also a 100% speed run. Yeah, the short answer is just because. A more full question is why are we farming limits now? And the reason is that eventually it becomes impossible to farm them. If I just grind levels and don't specifically farm limits, then eventually my max HP will be high enough that I will no longer be able to increase my limit bar. So if I'm going to get them, I have to do this, and I have to do this early. And at this point, Cloud is squishy anyway. Like, Cloud is squishy enough that I don't want to play another video game at the same time. Already, kinda, anyway. So... This also, like, this makes for a little bit of a change of pace, you know, at the beginning of a run. Yeah, so once Cloud reaches level 99, then I'll complete this as a 100% speedrun. That was Chrono Trigger not on the list. I can't play Chrono Trigger. It's like a genetic disorder. Some people can't swim. I can't play Chrono Trigger. Yeah, that's probably why you can't play FF6. If I could play Chrono Trigger, that would allow Adraxis to play FF6. So I think, Adraxis, the reason you can't play FF6 is because you're playing it on Super Nintendo, and the movement speed in town is too slow. Allegedly, that's been fixed with later releases of the game. You can play Chrono Trigger. See, I've got it the other way. I can play FF6, but I can't play Chrono Trigger. Yeah, the thing is, though, Main Stun, once you have those sprint shoes, on a first blind playthrough of Final Fantasy VI, and when I say FF6, I mean the Super Nintendo game, not any, like, later release that patches anything that I'm about to describe. On a first blind playthrough, you can't know when you're going to be changing party members. So, at any point, like, you can reach a story trigger where suddenly you're playing as other people. And, let's say you've got 6 party members and you're with, like, 1, 2, and 3, and you've got the sprint shoes there. And then, a surprise, now you're playing as party members 5 and 6, or 4 and 5, or whatever. And you don't have the sprint shoes anymore. And there's no way for you to go back in time to unequip the sprint shoes so that party members 5 and 6 can have them. And that, if you don't know that that's coming, that sucks. That really sucks. Now, for somebody who's a pro and knows, like, the most efficient way through the game and everything, that's fine. You can work around that. But on a first initial blind playthrough, that's an actual problem. That's a serious annoyance. I have a similar problem with Chrono Trigger, and that's that every single encounter check thing for an enemy, seems to have its own rule set, that is not discernible to a player, on a first blind playthrough. So, like, some enemies look like they should be avoidable, and they're not. Some enemies you can avoid easily. Like, the different rules for avoiding enemies. So there isn't, like, a globally applicable rule set for avoiding enemies. You need, if you're going to avoid enemies, or specifically farm enemies or whatever, in Chrono Trigger, you need to know on an encounter-by-encounter basis, specific for that encounter, what the boundaries are for triggering or not triggering that encounter. And for me as a player, that pisses the fuck out of me. Because, like, I feel like if I do the thing to avoid the encounter, then I should avoid the Like, no... If the game is gonna dangle, like, the ability to, like, slip around something, I should be able to do that. And if I can't do that, then the game should not pretend that I could. Now, for a speedrunner, for a pro, you'll learn all of this stuff. But I'm speaking from the standpoint of somebody who is playing the game for the first time. Like, from the standpoint of the person who would also be annoyed by the fact that story jumps in FF6 destroy your ability to unequip the sprint shoes from one party so that they can be equipped on another party. Okay, so this is our second to last media rain. I think that's the main reason I can't play Chrono Trigger. So there are other games that are like indie games that were made in the likeness of Chrono Trigger that are like meant to be, that are obvious Chrono Trigger ripoffs, that have their encounters make sense, that have it so that if you avoid an encounter, you avoided the encounter. Yes, spiritual successors. Yes, spiritual ripoffs. So I can play all of the spiritual ripoffs of Chrono Trigger, where the rules for whether or not you trigger an encounter are clear-cut. All of those I'm completely fine with. It's just Chrono Trigger itself, where the rules are hidden from you, I have a problem with. This is entirely a game of mechanics thing. I could never make it far enough into Chrono Trigger to have the story have any effect on me. I missed the good parts. Well, I missed like 99% of the game. I was only able to play the very, very beginning. But I've tried playing Chrono Trigger like 3 or 4 times. Every time, I just like, fuck this. No. So if I were to play it, I would probably have to play it with a guide that showed on an encounter-by-encounter basis how the mechanics for that particular encounter work. But at that point, I just shouldn't play. Yeah, normally I do just kill everything, but I just don't like when a game pretends that I don't have to, but then I do. Okay, so we just leveled up, I think. Yeah, now we're 18. And level 18 is 0.52. Yeah, Dragon Warrior 1 was, for a while, it was given away as like a free gift thing when you started a subscription to Nintendo Power. It was an incentive for subscribing to Nintendo Power magazine. Oh yeah. I have good news, Og. In Europe, the grind only takes 2.4 experience points. Why isn't Bad Dudes on the 99 grind list? Probably because I'm just not rad enough of a person. So, hey, omnipotent reality warper, if I haven't said hey, and then whatever your username is yet. Dude, you're from Europe. You should have gotten the joke right away. Yeah, we just need 2.4. That's it. Easy. Okay, so I think sometime during level 18, our materia is going to reach level 2. So we'll get Bolt 2 and Ice 2 relatively soon. And we get them at the same time. An American type of humor. You're trying to say that the humor is obese? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Right, Expanse's redeemed FF7 question. Even though you can also just ask an FF7 question for free. Expanse. So, are you into, like, skillets, then? Oh, we picked them up. Yeah, we took the quantum pots. You've moved on from pans? Are you into, like, colanders now? Discard your sex pants. Isn't it love, truth, joy? Somebody's gonna have to cheer 1,337 bits so we can find out for sure what happens after you discard your sex pants. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I didn't know that there were sex pants in FF8. Dude, that totally worked, discard. Are you talking about Selfie's skirt?
You're following me.
Because that's a skirt.
Just a little bit.
Thanks to follow, Hanson.
You're following me.
Just a little bit.
Oh yeah, Quistis has sex pants for sure. Yeah. Okay, how did I forget Quistis? That's right. I stand corrected. What she's wearing? She's wearing the color purple. No, orange. She's wearing the color orange. Renoa is wearing the color blue. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. 69 viewers, nice. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, we discarded the facades and we discarded the time clock. This is a multiple discard stream. Discard your facades is time clock. Discard your time clock is Dino. Discard your Swonderland. Will have been Og's Wonderland. Discard your Swonderland. Well, you know what to do. Discard your gas mask bongs. Yeah, 60 days is a long time, but it's not as long as 69 days. Discard your robot. So, I thought this was supposed to be, like, pro-environmentalism. Apparently, we're all about throwing things away here. Oh, yeah. Discarding... That was face-off, right? Facade off. Yeah, he really discarded his facade. So, Nicolas Cage is in a horror movie that my wife wants to watch in theater, wants to see with me in theaters this weekend. I believe it's called A Long Legs, and it has Nicolas Cage in it. And it's a horror movie. Those things, everything that I've said about it is everything I know. I know nothing else besides the fact that it is a horror movie in theaters now that my wife wants to see. With me. And it has Nicolas Cage. Was Leonardo DiCaprio in it? I have no idea. What are we doing? We're grinding. Yeah. Yeah, once she starts preferring that I'm not there, then it's time to... Well, actually, I don't know. We just hope that that doesn't happen. So, in the big picture, Hanson, we are grinding Cloud to level 99 on the first screen of the game. In the very, very short term, I'm also grinding limits. I need to do one more usage of Media Rain in order to learn Finishing Touch. And then after that, I'm going to grind Blade Beams to learn Climazard. Hey, Frog. What's poppin'? The first run died. This is the second run. Third day has the second run. Day 2 was the death of the first run. First run died to game crash. And then the rest of the day 2 stream was working on tech-related issues to try to make sure that the game would not crash again. How did it crash? I was changing keyboards because I was having an issue with one of my keyboards. And when replacing keyboard A with keyboard B, the game and the computer itself crashed. I lost about 11 hours of progress. So thankfully it happened right at the beginning of the, the grind. I was about 0.8% complete. And we learned a lot. The important thing is that we learned from that. Yeah. Yeah, that does explain how I know that. What a surprise. It's like I've been here before. Yeah, hopefully the problems are fixed. The game slash the computer, etc., is going to have to go through approximately 100 to 150 cycles of sleep and wake without crashing. If that can happen, then we win. Oh yeah, and I'm a vampire. Yeah, we can't save, so this is being done as a single run. Because it has to be done as a single run. So, to punctuate between sessions, I'm putting the computer to sleep. I'm putting the laptop that's being run on to sleep. Windows sleep mode, and then waking it up to start again. And FF7 behaves... FF7 does not get, interrupted by that. So that's how, I'm not leaving... When I go to bed, the laptop will be in sleep mode. At the end of the stream, I'll put the laptop in sleep mode, and the start of the next stream, I take the laptop out of sleep. That's the cycle of how we save. How we effectively do a workaround to be able to, you know... In theory, I shouldn't even have to do that. I should be able to just leave it on full blast the whole time. Because, you know, the laptop has a battery and it's connected to an uninterruptible power supply, which has a quite large battery. Yeah, but yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Expanse. Because sleep mode is a consistent strategy and nothing can go wrong, then I'm fine. But you heard it from Expanse, Frog. Look at what Expanse just said. Sleep mode is a consistent strategy and nothing can go wrong. We're good. Also, hey, 11 Oak. So, does anybody here listen to My Dying Bride? What I'm looking forward to is when we get to the point where the run is 34.788% complete. God, I love Magic Hammer. I wish I could marry it. Yeah, but does Magic Hammer want to take you to the movies with it? This is a fresh installation of Windows 10, and the only modifications that have been made to it after the fresh installation have been specifically to set up the grind itself. This is Windows 10 on its own SSD. The laptop dual boots Windows 10 and Windows 11, and I'm keeping it in Windows 10 the entire time until the grind is done. So, oh my god, I definitely never thought about Windows Update. The laptop is not connected to the internet. The laptop is fully air-gapped. I'm running from the laptop into a capture card. I have 3 capture cards now. I got a capture card specifically for this. Oh, the river that I'm gonna throw the laptop into is gonna be molten lead for extra protection. Do I have a spare battery? It's a new laptop. I got a new laptop just for this. So the battery life is as good as it could be. Also, I have an uninterruptible power supply feeding the laptop. So I've got 2 layers of battery redundancy. Of, like, really good battery redundancy. Yeah, I've thought about that, Nicolas Cage, but I'm just gonna be careful. Yeah, that screen tearing is what you get when you spend $30 on a capture card. Usually it happens, when Cloud is near the front of the screen. So this capture card is completely adequate for my purposes here. But yeah, this is a $30 capture card. This is what you get for 30 bucks. The good thing about this capture card is it also functions as an audio splitter. So, the capture card is also separate from what you hear, separate from what's getting captured by OBS and sent over the internet and stuff. The capture card also has audio out to go to a set of speakers, so I can listen to FF7 on my end. And I can set it up so that I hear FF7 but you don't, or you hear FF7 but I don't, and so forth. So the capture card is effectively also an audio splitter. What if the capture card craps out? Then I buy another one. What the fuck? What if there's no more internet, so I can't buy another one? Well, then I've got big problems. Well, actually, then you won't be able to ask me what I do if there's no internet. What happens if we run out of internet? I don't know. We better not run out of internet. But how am I supposed to claim that I finished the challenge without any internet? No, we've been over 200 damage before. Yeah, internet does grow on trees. That is nice. So, what are we at? Oh, fuck, we missed it. When we were level 18, on Monday's run, Cloud had 666 hit points.
You're
Hail Satan.
following me.
Just a little bit.
So this is not as satanic. That's quite unfortunate. Thanks for the follow, Balance. How much gil? By the time I reach level 99, I expect to have about 1.5 million gil. Why aren't we betting? Because gambling is unethical. Dude, I should start playing slots in the background, too. Can you still do slots on Twitch? There's got to be some way that I can increase my revenue by taking advantage of the weakness of my viewers. How am I going to complete this hundo if I am off step count? Probably by just one-shotting everything. Oh, yeah, so that was probably, what, Chrono Cross? Not Chrono Cross, Crisis Core. It's another CC. Crisis Core has slots. Did Jasmine 1717 activate combat mode? So one thing that I've thought about doing, as like a FF7 100% meme run, is to do a Crisis Core, hundo, which is exactly the same as a normal 100% speedrun for Final Fantasy VII. However, at the start of every fight, I press a button that plays the sound effect for activating combat mode. And at the end of every fight, I have to press a button on my keyboard that says, conflict resolved. And then probably every time that I get a limit bar, I should have the modulating phase thing happen. But at the very least, I need the activating combat mode and conflict resolved at the start and end of every fight. And the run dies if I ever accidentally don't play one of those. That's Crisis Core %. Oh, but it's too easy if it happens automatically. There's no way that I could, there's no tension then that I could, from the possibility of losing a run because I forget to activate combat mode or resolve the conflict. Oh yeah, also he dyed his hair black for some reason. That's right, Expanse. I'm not sure what the lore is behind that, why he dyed his hair black, but he did. Okay, so Cornfed is in Cosmo Canyon, talking to Bugenhagen, who is not giant and upside down, fortunately. And his sword. Probably his clothes, too. It's a lot like what happens in the middle / the beginning / the end of the movie Memento. When main character guy steals Jimmy Grant's suit and car and money. What's your most watched Jenny Nicholson video? Okay, I have to ask the question, do you mean in terms of total number of times watched, or do you mean total number of minutes watched? Because the short ones, I know my most watched one in terms of total number of times watched is one of her short ones. Total number of times, okay. I'm gonna say the one where she washes a bunch of ponies. You know, how when she takes ponies to the sink and, like, shampoos and brushes their hair and stuff? That one. Damn straight, that's a good one. Okay, so then, is it top 10 reasons I don't do ASMR? Oh, the first one that I mentioned, that's called horse cleaning ASMR, right? Horse cleaning ASMR, I think is the title. Oh, wait, no. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. I know what it is. It's gotta be the one about trapped in an island with Josh Hutcherson. Trapped in an island with Josh Hutcherson. That's a real video. Look it up. It's awesome. Okay. Okay, my answer for the best one to fall asleep to, for you, is going to be the one about the ghost hunting thing. You know, the ghost hunting TV show? Yeah, sometimes I fall asleep to The Rise of Skywalker was real bad, too. I'll never be happy again! My favorite one to fall asleep to is the Vampire Diaries video. Oh yeah, I never got into the Avatar Land one. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Vampire Diaries video. Oh yeah, the spider rating is awesome. Spider rating is one of her best short ones. My most watched of hers, like from her channel anyway, my most watched of hers is probably the Suicide Squad sales pitch. That's one of the really short ones. Also, Spider Quest is godlike. I love Spider Quest. I've got a lot of hours watched of Spider Quest. Internet-friendly numbered list. Yeah, she's really good at internet-friendly numbered lists. So, you guys know that she's horse famous, right? Because you saw the last BronyCon. You know that she made Friendship is Witchcraft? Look up Friendship is Witchcraft. Friendship is Witchcraft is absolutely fucking godlike. It's way better than any of her other content. It's like parody, mashup, whatever, of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. And it's just ridiculous. It's godlike, it's hilarious, it's the best thing ever. It's better than all of her other videos combined, maybe. It's not possible to heap a sufficient amount of praise onto Friendship is Witchcraft. It's probably better than Final Fantasy VII. Oh, but if you do watch it, you might die from laughter and shock and awe. So be careful. You should probably be evaluated for heart conditions before watching Friendship is Witchcraft. When do we start Dragon Quest? After we have all the limits. Somewhere around hour 9. We need one more meteor rain, and then we can start farming blade beams. Blade beams would be relatively fast. So... probably not this stream, and I'm not streaming tomorrow, so... The answer, I guess, Expanse, is Friday. Dragon Quest 1 starts Friday. I have real-life stuff I have to do tomorrow, unfortunately. Yeah. Gotta fill out paperwork and shit like that. Gotta do some stuff so, like, my wife can become a US citizen and some banking shit. Gotta pay some bills and whatever. Yeah. I'm gonna take this at least until we have all the limits done, which should be at somewhere between 9 and 9.5 hours. We'll have all the limits ground. I'm taking it at least that far, and then maybe a little bit further. This stream tonight. Then tomorrow I can't stream, and then Friday, Dragon Quest 1. Grounded is the highest difficulty setting for the Last of Us games. See, I played The Last of Us. Grounded disabled most of your HUD stuff, so you can't just look at the screen to see what your health is like, or like how much ammunition you have left in your gun, or things like that. And it disables listen mode and some other stuff. And like on-screen prompts that tell you what to do will be gone. Someday I should play those on Grounded. It's supposed to be quite hard. Hey, Broccoli Guy. You know you were actually holy shit! 400-something damage. That's the most damage we've done. That was a back attack crit. That was like 428 or something? Holy fuck. That was over 400. No, it was 420. Exactly. Yeah, it's a new record. Anyway, Broccoli Guy, I was about to say that you were actually supposed to be Broccoli Boy. So do you have any extra email addresses to be able to claim Broccoli Boy _? So actually, Barrett hasn't called, and the reason why is because his cell phone's battery ran out. Took so long waiting that we have to do everything manually now. See, Barrett needed an uninterruptible power supply. Okay, we are almost at level 19. We should grind... Yeah, we're gonna grind damage now-ish. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah. They better be grinding also if they're gonna have enough gil to afford him. Okay, we've got a dog. Okay, this is a good bathroom break. We need to fill our limit bar one more time. And then we have finishing touch. Hey, Barrett, where's the new guy you hired? Oh, he's just been living by the train for the past few months, killing thousands of shitted employees and puppies. He wants to make sure that he doesn't screw up the mission. Hey, Peanut. How do I gain your powers of concentration and focus? I think it's non-transferable. Sadly. Oh, that would be great if I could sell it. So, Peanut, have you seen the Goddess of Empathy thing? So when somebody does a cheer or or financial donation thingy of 1337 or more, or 1,337 bits or $13.37 or more, that summons the goddess of empathy, and she says to discard your facades and embrace love, truth, joy. So, the person whose username is now discard your facades used to be Timeclop, and the person whose username is discard your Timeclop is Dino. Not just experience love, truth, joy, but to embrace love, truth, joy. I'm gonna get some more, beverage.
You're following me.
Just a little bit.
Thanks to follow Sanity Twist. Well, give him another pot. Maybe we'll make it this time. $458. Two more of the 6. Oh, wait, no. We still need more. Okay, if we get whipped twice. Oh, fuck. We missed it. There's no... Oh, then that was 7. Everything's broken. If we take another 7 damage, we're good. But that's really rare. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's heal again. Yeah, it seems to always be 6 or 10. Now we're gonna need a 7 in order to get us back to even. As long as we have an odd, HP level, then this is gonna be really unlikely to reach 420. See, the problem is that when I attack myself, my limit bar doesn't go up. Also, the rest of Avalanche might be watching, and that would embarrass me. That could embarrass me. Okay. Okay, Cloud is in training to be a tank. Would you let Cloud tank for you in, like, League of Legends? Looks like he's doing a really good job taking all of this damage. Very solid tanking, Cloud. I don't know if we're gonna be able to make it. Yeah, I'm gonna kill it. If we're lucky enough to get some pot drops quickly, then I'll be able to finish it on this level. Finish it on level 18. Yeah, we still have like 300. Okay, that was nice. We got a pot from that dog. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Yeah, I think we're gonna get it. We're getting finishing touch this fight, probably. Hey, Joey. One more. Two more. This is it. This is finishing touch. Now we just need 6 more blade beams. LFG. 7 hours in and we have finishing touch already. We have 1 blade beam down. Six more to go. So now our limit bar is going to go up a lot faster on limit level 2 than it wasn't then on limit level 3. So, like, the ordinary damage from these soldiers, from these Shinra MPs, is going to end up being significant for increasing our limit. At the end of the next level, we're about to reach level 19. At the end of level 19, we'll do a bunch of farming. Good night. Yeah. Take care, Turtle. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the 1337. Summoning the Goddess of Empathy. You're sorry you had to go get your food? Oh my god. Did you also eat it? So I don't know what Anki is. If I did know what Anki is, I would be able to give, a more ridiculous response. Let's just say. Alright, Turtle has gone into his shell. It's a digital flashcard program that uses spaced repetition to help people learn low/moderate complexity information rapidly. Med students use it frequently. No, that's not true. Med students use it the week before the exam. They don't use it frequently. Med students pretend to use it frequently. Anki is a free and open-source flashcard program that uses techniques from cognitive science, such as active recall testing and spaced repetition, to aid the user in memorization. The name comes from the Japanese word for something in Japanese. Trying to learn programming, creative writing, and 3D modeling. That sounds like it might be too many things to try to learn at the same time. So, in my experience, if I really care about something, then I'll just remember everything about it. And that's, like, a good way for me to tell if I care about something. Like, it's really hard for me to... Like all of the facts about FF7 stick, because I love FF7. And then... Plant biology, I know that I'm just using this as an example of something I don't remember. I know that there's a bunch of weird shit that happens in plant biology, but I don't remember any of the specifics for it, because I don't give a fuck about plant biology. So, on a spectrum of, FF7 to so I don't have any kind of specialized name every tree. I'm saying I don't know. I know what I can do. I can not name every tree. Then my not knowing plant biology bona fides can be proven. I can fail to name every tree. Yeah, so I don't have any sort of, like, special way of learning things. If I'm interested in it, if I actually care, then I just will remember it. What are the 5 access modifiers in C#? I don't like C#. I never really learned... I'm not used to having C# as, like, the music signature thing. Like back when I was in high school and played the baritone horn. I think you guys are talking about a programming language, though, and I'm deliberately pretending that it's music, because I don't know anything about the programming language. So when the Zalem gets forked by Sephiroth, does that create Python? Ba, 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 ba. I'm not sure where you're going with that, Discard. So, also, the fact that a wet bird does not fly at night, I assume that doesn't mean that C Sharp is good either. Oh, we're level 19. A wet bird doesn't fly at night. Yeah, we leveled up. Level 19 is 0.61. And we're low on pot. Got a farm pot. Did I miss Bolt 2? No. No, I must have just misremembered. So I'm gonna back row until I have a lot more pot. I don't like being this low on pot. Yeah, the solution to only having a little bit of pot left is go to the back row. Expanse, you're the one who's making the cutscene remover, right? Oh, that's H-Ope? Okay. I get the two of you. Okay, so eventually, if you really get into streaming, eventually it becomes impossible to keep track of each person specifically individually, you know? Because there are just too many people. Like, you know, names in chat and whatever. And then, so what you end up doing is, like, categorizing them into, like, clumps. And you and Hope DRG are considered into the same, like, you're categorized into the same, like, clump of Twitch people by my brain. Like, so you have a lot in common. Yeah, for most intents and purposes, yeah, they have a lot in common. What they have in common is that, usually they're in chat, but sometimes they stream. There you go. And whenever they do stream, it's almost always Final Fantasy VII. That's enough to make them basically the same person. Okay, so I think we might be safe on pots now. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to the front row. Yes. Twice at the same time. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. 210. If that was a back attack, it would have been 420. Why couldn't that have been a back attack? Ba, 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 ba. Fast 2024 challenge. What is that for? I assume that it's like a programming related thing, because that's mostly what you guys have been talking about. I think what the internet needs, so Nicolas Cage as a robot recently had a message that mentioned a Stack Overflow, and I know what that is, but I think what the internet needs is a website called Stoked Overflow, where a lot of people are really stoked, and they're like maybe too stoked, and that's where they go. Does anybody... Dude, it's been years since anybody has ever asked Jeeves. Yeah, just make sure it's not stroke overflow. That's a bad thing. What's max level? I don't know, and I'm not gonna find out. I don't want to find out. But I know that if you do just, like, grind limits... Or no, not grind limits. If you don't specifically grind limits, you will eventually get to where you can't grind limits. So it's not something that will happen naturally, it needs to be forced. The IE... Dude, I know that. I know that. IE is, it's a Tori Amos song. Puts on a visual conference each year. They do this thing called the Visual Analytics, Science, and Technology Challenge. Take a bunch of fake data and have you produce visualizations to answer questions on it. It's a combination of programming, visualization technology, and data science. It's like lore. Okay, it's got both data and lore. That's awesome. This is setting up a really good Star Trek episode. It's stupidly comprehensive. Alright, so I'm gonna pull up the Tori Amos song, IE. It's a relatively good song. And I'll put it in chat for your listening pleasure. Hey, Feck. Right, here's IE. $220. Nice. Our damage is going up. kind of like doing a big consulting project, and it takes up way more time than you realize. You only have like a month and a half to produce a submission plus a video. Well, I already have a video. It's right there. It's of the song IE. And you know they're gonna like it because the IE are the people who are putting on the, you know, the conference. They'll be like, oh yeah, that's us. You guys won. A lot of students do it because they have the time to do it. We do it at our company because we make Viz software and want to see what it can do and what we can do better with it. I'm going to put it in music in Discord as well. Nice pot. Sonic. Go. Electrical engineers are geniuses to me. My stepdad was an EE. Worked on the bullet train doors in Japan. Oh, I should figure out when we're going to be 0.69%. Okay, by the time we reach level 20, we will have blown past 0.69%. Straight theoretic, 1.2 thousand hours. Hey, Mountain Lightning Fina. Yes, 1.21 kilo-hours. Right. That's right, I'm on formations. It's really hard to lose formations here. That wasn't just after naming Cloud and Barrett. That was doing the grind after making it to the first save point. The person that you're talking about, that you're thinking of, most likely is Dave Stereo, who did it in just under 400 hours. The fastest that I'm aware of it having been done was by him. Inside the reactor at just over 400 hours. What's impressive about how he did it is he got it all completely done in a single month. He did it all in the month of December. I don't remember if the year was 2019 or 2018 or whatever, but he did it all in the... I think it was December 2019. But he did it all in the month of December. So he had a self-imposed time limit of finishing before the end of the year 2019. Yeah, I see this here in the upper right corner. It's a foot pedal. So I have a number of different input devices that I can use. I have a controller, which works like a controller. I can do inputs from this wireless keyboard, and I've got a foot pedal here. The foot pedal only has 3 buttons, but they're the 3 most important buttons. Down, up, and confirm. Together, those allow me to do almost everything I need to do, except for, like, the actual menuing. Yeah. Yeah, it's so I can keep... being able to switch between input devices is nice, and also, when I'm doing this with my feet, it keeps my hands free to be able to, like, play other video games at the same time. Like, you know, Dragon Warrior. And other games. But first, Dragon Warrior. Oh, we'll also play the original Final Fantasy. So if you look at my splits here, you'll see what games I have. After I have the limits learned, you'll see what games I have in mind. Start Dragon Warrior 1, then Dragon Warrior 2, then Shining Force, then Dragon Warrior 3. Those are the first 4 games I'm gonna play, in that order. And then after that, it'll open up a bit. What is Dragon Warrior? So I'm gonna guess that you are really young. When I say really young, I mean, like, under the age of 35. Yeah. So, Dragon Warrior... Okay, do you remember the Nintendo Entertainment System? The NES? Yeah. Yeah, apparently KRD skipped the NES era. Do you remember the Nintendo Entertainment System? Dragon Warrior is one of... Dragon Warrior / Dragon Quest is one of the first RPGs ever. Definitely among the first console, like, JRPGs. Dragon Quest for the Famicom. Dragon Warrior for the Nintendo Entertainment System. But anyway, Yinglinga asks, level 99 in the starting area on the first screen of the game. This has to be the craziest thing. Yeah. It's relatively normal for people to go into the reactor to get to the first save point and then grind there, and that takes about 400 hours. Doing the grind out here takes about 1,200 hours. To the best of my knowledge, nobody has done this before. Yeah, the Virtual Boy is that console that was really poorly designed. It tried to make everything 3D, and all of the games consisted of red lines, and it looked like what now is like a VR headset, and you had to basically break your neck in order to keep your head properly positioned in order to be able to see things in the correct three-dimensional sort of arrangement. And there were only like 15 or 20 games for it. Although I hear... So there was a tennis game, there's like a Mario Tennis for Virtual Boy, and allegedly that was good. I have not played Virtual Boy ever, but nobody liked it. Yeah, the tennis game, I think, was the most popular game for it. Because, like, the 3D aspect of, like, the tennis ball going away from you and then back to you and then away from you, like, that was kind of cool and innovative. Also, hey, Puffin. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. Okay, so once we are approaching level 20, that's when we're going to farm damage again. Yep, Highland Cow slippers are where it's at. Okay, 1,500 experience until we're level 20. So we've got a little ways to go. Okay, so it's good that you had an older brother that knew about video games, and that could tell you what the good ones were, like Final Fantasy and the Dragon Warrior. Okay, so we got some good pot dropping. Never played FF until college? You're talking about the original FF, right? Final Fantasy? Your first was 13, not 1. That's unfortunate. FF1 is actually really good. Like, severely underrated. Oh, yeah. It'll take half a year to complete if I'm nonchalant, but I plan on being chalant, so it'll be a little bit faster than that. That should be FF2 US or FF4J. The one with Kane. Yeah, we're gonna increase the chalant. The chalantitude. Have you... Nonchalant Nate, have you considered making an alt account that's actually, Chalant Nathan? Discard your chalants. Yes. Chalant Nathan. Or Chalant Nathaniel? Yeah. Chalant Nathaniel might be a little better. Actually, the airship in FF6 probably blows air. Not your mind. Okay, we're getting really good potion drops lately. That was some really nice pot. Nice damage. So, the calculation that determines whether or not you get a critical hit depends on the difference between your level and the enemy's level. And the enemies here are as low of level as you'll ever find. I mean, this is the first screen of the game. So the rate at which we get criticals is just going to go up and up and up and up as we make our way through this grind. Crits are going to eventually be extremely common. They're pretty common already, and they're only going to get more and more and more and more common as our level increases. Okay, we've got a lot of pot. Let's farm some damage. Yeah, I'll do a full 100% speed run once we reach level 99. That'll only be like another 15 hours. Okay. We need 6 blade beams. Then I become able to end the stream for the day, for the night, whatever. I can't stream tomorrow. On Friday, we'll start Dragon Warrior. But most of the rest of this stream is just going to be farming potions and then farming damage to fill our limit bar to use blade beams. We'll see here approximately how many potions it takes per limit bar at limit level 2. Okay, so this works way faster. So our limit bar fills way faster at limit level 2 than limit level 3. Feels like it's twice as fast. Like, this is gonna go by really quickly. We're definitely gonna sub 9 this split. Compared to the 9:33:34 that we had on Monday's run. So how's it going, everybody? Are you enjoying the grind? Yeah, if you're okay, a few things, Mothra. The Dick Tree / Circle Master thing, is not this. This is substantially more insane than what Circle Master did. What everybody else has done has been to go into the to get Barrett in the party, go into the reactor, get to the first save point, and then grind, on a screen where you can get you can get up to 98 experience per encounter, and the encounter rate's a lot higher. And because you have Barrett with you, you can weight trick during the fights. And if you also can save, so you have a save point. And all of this makes it dramatically easier and dramatically faster. If you do that, and you do that efficiently, that will take about 400 hours. So what we're doing here is going to take about 3 times as long, because the enemies give, or the encounters here give a lot less, like way less experience per encounter. And the encounter rate on the first screen of the game is a lot lower, so we have to do more movement on average to get from one encounter to the next. And because we have Solo Cloud, we can't wait trick. So all of that together makes it take about 3 times as long, so at least 1.2 thousand hours. And that will help explain why nobody has done this before. Yeah, I'm not sure either, but the only way to find out... I can't just give up before I even start. I'm unwilling to give up before I even start. The laptop happens to have 32 gigabytes of RAM, so there's that. That's relatively a lot of RAM for a game that is from 1998. But the main problem, the main risk, the main issue, by far, is the possibility of the game crashing or the computer crashing at some point during the run. Yeah, that's why we have an uninterruptible power supply. And that's why we're doing it on a laptop. Because the laptop basically has a UPS built in because it has an internal battery. And yes, it is a new laptop, so the battery has the ability to hold a full charge. Also, the fact that it's being done on a laptop means it draws relatively low power compared to, like, a desktop computer. How long will this take? About 1.2 thousand hours. Tax write-off, new laptop for 99 grind, Keck W. I don't understand the Keck W. Yes, it was a tax write-off. It was. Yes. Obviously. The uninterruptible power supply is also a tax write-off. So is the foot cam and the foot cam light. Bada, 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 bada. Come on, dog. Just need a little more damage. Then we can blade beam. This is so exciting. So 76 of you right now are watching me watch Cloud take damage. This is the best content on the entire website, probably the entire internet. Oh, I can even spin while watching. $11 damage. Nice. That's a new record for him. Okay, any one of these attacks now, we're gonna get Blade Beam 2 in. Come on. One more pixel. Fuck yeah. We need to use Blade Beam 5 more times. Okay, I need more pot before I do another farm of that. Yeah, we need a limit manual for that also. Oh, so how's Cornfed's run going? Okay, Cornfed's fighting Genova Life. Every split is gold. J-Life got paralyzed. Tifa got mollied. Tifa's doing damage. J-Life is dead. Okay, so Cornfed is now over 9 minutes ahead of his PB. Cornfed's doing Final Fantasy VII PC, no major skips. And actually, it looks like we're going to be able to raid him. Nice. Yeah, we'll have our limit grind done before his run finishes. So we have a raid target. We have a good raid target today. Nice. Cornfed 69. Does that clarify things for you? Who was last seen playing Final Fantasy VII? Because there was a restart again. Hey, Joe Gruff. We're finishing up the limit grind a second time. Yeah, we've had technically like 3 or 4 runs that started from 0. So if you want to know the history, Joe Gruff, use the grind command. !grind. And then that will bring up a Excel file, and then go to the... click to the tab of Progress, and then you'll see a list of streams. Right now, we are on stream 4. Today had had stream 3 earlier, and now has stream 4. Stream 3 ended when a lightning storm came through, and I didn't want to like risk anything. So I stopped the stream, to you know, put the laptop into low power mode and stuff. And then once the storm was gone, then Stream 4 started. Once Stream 4 is done, then I'll update that. But I plan to get to approximately where I was at the end of Stream 1 in this playthrough. Tonight. So I plan to get to, like, level 20/level 21, somewhere in that range. Tonight. Yeah, at the end of Stream 1, I was level 20, almost level 21. I was very close to level 21. And right now, here, we appear to be level 19. Yes, there was a crash at the beginning of Stream 2, and the rest of Stream 2 was spent working on tech-related things to try to prevent more crashes from happening in the future. Yeah, I'm very happy that it happened when it did, and that I was able to learn from it. And the thing that caused the computer to crash, that problem has been completely resolved. That specific cause of a crash can no longer happen. And a few other problems have been resolved. And also we set up an actually proper foot pedal arrangement. What I was doing in Stream 1 and Stream 2, instead of an actual proper foot pedal, like you see here, I was just using a keyboard that was on the floor. And that's way worse. Like, massively worse. Yeah. Like, it seemed like a good idea at the time, but now that I know better, yeah, it was really, really, really a terrible idea. The wireless keyboard on the desk. This is a great idea. Did I use my toes? I used my socks. One of the problems was that I kept hitting the Windows key. And that tabs out of the game. I think Yinglinga is suggesting that I cheat. So we're upstream of the first save point, so we can't save. Not being able to save is part of the challenge. That's part of what makes it ridiculous. Also, hey, Rev Gamer Dad. There's a secret save point. There's also a secret save point if you use the Save Anywhere memory editor thing. But I'm not using any memory editors. Or readers. Yeah. Yeah, I'm partial to that as well. That's partially his name. I see what you did there. Or I see a part of what you did there. Not the whole thing, though, because it didn't all fit. I can't wait for 34.788% complete. That is the name of a My Dying Bride album. In between play sessions, I'll put the computer into sleep mode. So if that counts as keeping it still on, then yes. Technically, it is still on when it's in sleep mode. It's just in a low power mode. Is it a laptop? Yes. It is a laptop, and it also is connected to an uninterruptible power supply. And yes, it is a new laptop, so it has a new battery that can hold a full charge. Hey, Cease. You know what the plan is, ceaselessly? We're gonna grind Cloud on the first screen of the game. Wait for it. Ceaselessly. Oh yeah, I gotta get ready. Thank you for reminding me to pop off. I don't think this is... Oh, this is not speedrun. This is not SRC legal. Because I don't have FPS fix running. This does not meet the qualifications for video proof for speedrun purposes, unfortunately. If I did have FPS fix going, then yes, it would be okay. But running FPS fix would add more variables and significantly increase the crash risk. So I only have things running that are absolutely essential. Like, I have a couple software things. Like, I have a software thing that's interpreting these inputs. I have a software thing that's interpreting the foot pedal inputs. And that's about it. I don't know how... I don't know what the limits are for live split. Obviously, I'm going to do a series of live split sessions, so, like, when I start again on Friday, I'll just set live split to start at whatever the finishing time was for today. And, like, the split file is just gonna keep getting edited every stream. Basically what Live Split is for is to give me an idea of how long, like, for curiosity's sake, I wonder how long it's going to take for me to get through Dragon Warrior 1. Live Split will give me the answer to that. How long will it take for me to beat Dragon Warrior 2? Live Split will tell me. At least after I beat Dragon Warrior 2, then Live Split will be like, oh, Dragon Warrior 2 took you this amount of time. And I'll be like, oh, now I know how long it took me to beat Dragon Warrior 2. Everybody who heard me say that should be using Monitor 4 notes right now. You better have written down every word I just said. Each and every word was important. Yeah, and we're all dumber for having listened to me, right? Yeah, you feel smarter in comparison, for sure. There's the forward attack. It's like 4 or 5 formations. There's the forward attack dog, the back attack dog, 1 guy, 2 guys, and guy plus dog. So that's 5 total. The most profitable encounter is guy plus dog. Each guy is worth 12 experience points. Each dog is worth 20. Preempt is not a encounter formation. Preempts are determined by a different RNG system. Preempt guys is the same encounter formation as non-preempt guys. It's just whether or not you happen to encounter that formation on a step ID that is flagged with the preemptive flag or not. Whereas the dog back attack thing, that is a different formation. Is it possible to die? Yes. You die if your hit points reach 0. That causes a game over. Everybody get out your Monitor 4 notes again. So, I've obviously thought of that, Hobbyman Mike. This is being run on an SSD. And you know how there are these, like, cooling pad fan things that you can get that go underneath laptops that have fans that push air up against the bottom of a laptop? The laptop is on one of those. So I have a cooling system for the laptop itself. Anything that you can think of related to this grind, if you can think of it, I thought of it a long time ago. So actually, I might be able to show it. So this is the laptop. And... So the fan thing. So you see a little bit of blue light. The blue light is from the fan. You see how the laptop is not flat against the desk? There's like an inch or so gap. If the cooling system was a different color, it would be more obvious. But if you see the blue light is from the fan system. Oh, not just behind the scenes, behind the facades. So I'm aware that Windows operating systems prior to Windows XP would crash after 49.7 days. But I don't know... And we won't know until it happens whether or not Final Fantasy VII itself will crash after that amount of time. But Windows itself no longer crashes at that amount of time. It used to. Like, Windows 98 and earlier couldn't run for longer than 49.7 days. Windows XP and later, yeah, the operating system won't crash. The game itself might have a time limit built in. Who knows if it does or not. If it does, we're gonna find it. How is IGT stored? Probably in memory. The game could get into state where delta time between 2 frames is negative and might do something. Yeah, that would be bad. You're welcome, Discard. Yeah, I do what I can. No. It's not just the dogs that can drop potions. The Shinra MP enemies can also drop potions. The rate at which you get potions is significantly faster than the rate at which you need to use them to stay alive. You have to be extremely reckless and/or extremely unlucky to run out of potions. Will there be a FAQ? Eventually. This is only, like, day 3. We're still working things out. We're still, like, developing the stream and like, arrangements and whatever. I'm sure at some point, probably by the end of the week, or, like, the beginning of next week, there'll be an actual FAQ. The closest thing that I have to a FAQ right now is the grind command, ! Grind. And there's a little bit of a description of the grind at the beginning of the stream plans document. But probably the stream plans document and the grind command thing will get integrated, and maybe I'll have a tab for, like, a FAQ, and then have all of these things all linked to the same document. Like, that sounds like a good idea. Okay, we are approaching the next level. So this would be a good time to get some more damage. But we don't have enough pot. We need more pot. I am gonna grind some damage, but we're not gonna get all the way. Does anybody have any pot? We could totally go for some pot here. Oh, I should have grounded damage there. There was a dog in that fight, I think. Okay, here we're good. Let's get some damage. We have 5 pots. Yeah, we already took the pot from the dead guards. Okay, the limit bar feels pretty... Like, compared to Media Rain, this is really good. This is really fast. Basically, our issue here, is that we're low on pot. So we can't farm this damage for a long time. Good damage, though. Especially the tentacles. Yeah. Cloud is going to be really good at cooking dog tentacles by the time this is done. What's the damage farming for? To fill his limit bar. So that we can learn all of the limit breaks. All of the pre-Omni-Slash limit breaks. So in FF7, for example here, we need to use Blade Beam a certain number of times to learn Klim Hazard. We're filling his limit bar so that he can get a usage of Blade Beam. The reason we're stopping here to allow the damage to happen to do this is that the amount that the limit bar fills is dependent on the the difference between the damage he takes by an attack and his max hit points. And as he levels up, his max hit points keep increasing, and then the amount that the limit bar increases in response to damage keeps getting smaller and smaller, and will eventually be 0. So if we don't manually farm for limits now, then eventually nothing that's here on this first screen is going to be able to damage him to be able to move his limit bar at all. And once you get into that situation, then if you don't have your limits yet, then you're never going to get them. At least never until the grind is done and you're able to fight things that are able to do more damage. But since if we're going to get all the limits, we need to purposefully do it this way. And I would like to get all the limits just because it's something to do. Yeah, getting them is better than not getting them. It's more entertaining. You know, what could be more entertaining than watching somebody just sit and take damage? Now I'm sitting back and taking damage. How's it going, guys? Are you enjoying the damage? Cloud is a pretty good tank. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Oh, and I normally stop to farm damage just before a level up. Because that's when my ratio of potions to, that's when I will have the most potions. And so I'm just about to reach level 20. And when I do, my max HP is going to be higher. And so the rate at which my limit bar fills is going to be slower. So just before each additional limit bar filling slowdown event, in other words, each level up, that's the correct time to farm damage. I'm gonna stop here and just kill the dog, and then we're just gonna reach level 20. It feels like we've been, particularly unlucky in terms of potion drops lately. Bada, bada, bada. Oh shit, we have one too few hit points. 419. So I cannot respond to your question, because I have the wrong number of hit points. Sorry, KRD. Okay, so based off of the timing from yesterday, we should be done within an hour from now. We should be done with the limit grind within an hour from now. I was originally expecting it to be done within the 9-hour barrier. But it seems like our potion drops have just been, like, surprisingly bad lately. Hopefully I've miscounted my blade beams, and we've done more blade beams than I think we have. But I believe that we've only done 2 of them. Ba, 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 ba. Are we level 20? Yeah, we're level 20. Okay, there's your pop-off. The pop-off consisted of me asking, are we level 20? Apparently we are. Okay, so level 20 is 0.71% complete. And we need pot. We desperately need pot. Maybe I should actually back row until we have more pot. Yeah. Never be too careful. Ba 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 ba. Oh no, that was routed in, KRD. We needed that walking step, or else it wasn't gonna work. Yeah, I have the first 169 hours of this routed perfectly. After that point, we're just gonna wing it. Yeah. So, the nice thing about saying that something is comparable to another thing is that by... Like, hey, did you just... Okay, let's say, for example, that I were to make the extremely controversial statement, beans are not Hitler. Okay, let's say hypothetically I were to say that. Then you know what the headlines are gonna say, right? Monetary Dragon compares beans to Hitler. And then Monetary Dragon claims that beans are comparable to Hitler. All of this happens as a result of me saying beans are not Hitler. So yes, indeed, the weight of expectation on my shoulders is comparable to the weight of the beans I will receive. Because it is not the weight of the beans I will receive. You're trying to say that I have 420 pounds of weight of expectation on my shoulders, right? Okay, more pot. Okay, our pot crisis appears to be over. We can go back to the front row. Oh, speaking of beans, are you familiar with Arcus's bean burrito speedrun? His bean burritos have beans in them. You can find it easily on YouTube. How many more blade beans? Blade beans, right? That's what you're asking about? They have a very sharp taste. If I'm counting correctly, I need 5 more. But I suspect that I might be counting incorrectly. That I either need 5 more or 4 more. Probably 5 more. Yeah, sharp taste. They pair well with cheddar. Actually, by now, Cloud Sword is probably pretty dull. Good thing his strength keeps increasing. Okay, so we are about an hour away. We should be about 1 hour away from level 21. I will end the stream once we have all the limits. I can't stream tomorrow. I'll be back on Friday to start Dragon Warrior. Nice pot. So, now, since it's going to be a long time before we reach level 21, we can actually just farm pot for a while. We're in no hurry to spend the potions that we get. We'll do a big damage farm just before we reach level 21. Spending all the potions that we accumulate on the way there. And we'll stay in the front row for all of this, so we'll gain some damage naturally. So I should check in on Cornfed. How's Cornfed doing? Come on, let's get an Enk so I can click on Corn tab. Okay. Horn's gotta run. He's still going. Weapons just got unleashed. So he's basically getting the high wind. Hey, Cornfed. Can you hear me? I see that you are in a cutscene. Although it is no turbo, so you do have to pay attention. You're about to you have to start mashing soon. But right about now, Tifa should be in a coma. Pa 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 pa. Ba 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 ba. Nice pot. Once we have all of the damage farming done, then it'll be interesting to see at what point, at what level we get to where we have 99 potions in our inventory. Because that will happen surprisingly fast, I think. In the 20s, like late 20s probably. Feels like around level 25 to 26 we should get to 99 potions. Yeah, I will... Once I'm done damage farming, I'm going to back row. And then I'll be in back row for the rest of the grind. And at that point, enemies do like 1 damage. 1 to 3 damage. And that will keep going down as my vitality gets better. Hey, Lord Shadow's what? Shadow Swift? Yeah, I am here for this as well. We're approaching a single percentage completion. We're almost done grinding the limits. If you want to know what's happened so far and like what the status is, try the !grind command. Type that in chat. And that will pull up the grind document. Which I'm still working on. But that's like the best source of information about what's happening here so far. The first tab is a list of video games that I plan on playing during the grind. Right now, I'm just doing FF7, but soon I'm going to be multitasking and playing other games at the same time. As FF7. The second page is history for what's happened so far. Currently we are on stream 4. Stream 3 was earlier today. And then the third page is names that people have claimed for the upcoming Shining Force playthrough. I will add to this and, like, build in a frequently asked questions thing. This is, what, day 3 of the process, so we're still, like, building out the tools. Do I hear game audio? Yeah. I can control game audio that you guys hear and game audio that I hear separately from each other. What's the point of a foot cam? So people can waste channel points to turn it on and off. So, I'm able to play with a controller, and with a keyboard, and with the foot pedal. And I'm switching between them so that I don't get burnt out on any particular, you know, just for the sake of variety. Once I start playing other games, so like here, this is with the keyboard. Once I start playing other games at the same time, I'll keep the FF7, so in FF7 PC, you can control the background music and the sound effects separately. So I'll turn the music off and leave sound effects on when I'm, like, playing other games. Will I play 2 at once? 2 other games at once? Probably not 2 other games, but Final Fantasy VII and another game at the same time? Yeah. So the purpose for the foot pedal, the reason for the foot pedal, is to make it so I can do the grind while keeping my hands free, keeping my hands available to play other video games. So one of these pedals is run up, another is run down, and the big button in the middle is the confirm button. So at this point, I could be playing... You see how my hands are available? This allows me to play other video games. And that prevents boredom, among other things. Yep, we got another pot. Yeah, this is pod racing for sure. Oh, actually, Ceaselessly and Joe Gruff, it gets even better. Hold on a moment. You might be thinking, how could it get better than this? Well, you're about to see the answer. That's right. Island cow slippers. Hey, we have Bolt 2 now. Bolt 2 and Ice 2. Everybody loves Highland cows, so that's not narrowing it down at all. That's just saying that you have a friend. Bada, 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 bada. Ba 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 ba. So Barrett will join at level 98. So that actually wouldn't be that hard to do. No, this is the first time that getting Cloud to level 99 as Ex-Soldier, you know, on the first screen of the game like this is the first time this has been done. This will take about 3 times as long as the traditional, normal, ordinary level 99 before Guard Scorpion thing. Before Guard Scorpion, at the first save point, takes about 400 hours. This is going to take about 1.2 thousand. You have to go to the second screen in order to turn encounters on for the first screen. The boundaries of the play area for this challenge are anything upstream of the cutscene where you name Cloud and Barrett. The reason we're on the first... among the reasons that we are on the first screen and not the second is so that we don't accidentally trigger that cutscene, because that would end the run. Also, there's no advantage to the second screen. The second screen has the same encounter table and the same encounter rate. Well, it sounds like the streams are gonna have to be longer than 8 hours then. Oh, doesn't somebody have an uncle that worked at Squaresoft? Or that still works at Square? And Nintendo? That did this in one stream? Twice? Twice in the same one stream? Yeah, in a hot tub, too. That's right. So actually, what I should consider doing is like a monthly subathon, where financial whatever things keep this going, with a limit at, like, something ridiculous, like 36 hours. Your uncle, who is also your cousin, works for Nintendo in the Square department. Did this in a single MySpace stream. Yeah. Apparently we have the same uncle. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Alright, we're destroying the foot cam. Thanks, Expanse. Now, how am I supposed to know where my feet are without the cam? I'm gonna have to look down at the floor. That works. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, there's a 2-minute cooldown before you turn the cam back on. Or, you can cheer 69 bits. I'm probably gonna increase the cost of the foot cam toggle. The channel point cost. Golden Sun level 99/100 challenge before. So I'm not. I don't know that game enough. To know how that would work. Basically, I've never played Golden Sun, so I don't know how to interpret that. There's another pot. Alright, foot cam's back on. Thanks, overstuffed ho-ho. Maybe I should have the cooldown be 69 seconds. Ba, 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 ba. Nice crit. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, so Corn-Fed is now over 11 minutes ahead of PB. Nice. Corn-Fed has an actual run going in NMS for PC. We just need to get all of the blade beams before he finishes. Yeah, we're farming limit uses now. Like, in the very short term, we're farming limit uses. But really, we're grinding to level 99 on the first screen of the game. This has never been successfully done before. The total time for this grind is expected to be around 1.2 thousand hours. Or more, depending on efficiency. But, given good efficiency, about 1.2 thousand hours. Yeah, realistically about 1.269 hours. Give or take 420 minutes. Yeah, probably it's going to be 1,337 hours. Give or take over 9,000 seconds. In the reactor takes about 400 hours. This takes about 3 times as long to do it out here compared to doing it inside the reactor. Yeah, and then a hundo, because why not? Hey, Uzukodi. Any moment now, we're gonna get another blade beam, and then we'll manually farm for another. I think we either need 4 or 5 more blade beams before we have all of the pre-Omni-Slash limits. We should be able to get all the blade beams done before we reach level 21. Basically, what's limiting is getting the potion drops that we need to be able to heal while grinding damage. Many thousands of hours. Okay, yeah, this is only about approximately 1,000 hours. It would round it down to the nearest 1,000. What I'm doing here. This fight, I think. One more hit. Okay, next fight for sure. Nice pot. Is everybody hyped for the next blade beam? Next fight, we get our blade beam. This is either 3 or 4. It's at least 3. It might be number 4. Nice damage. I'm probably going to grind some damage now. Yeah, we can afford to grind some damage. To farm, you know, harvest, whatever, some damage. Okay, we need a dog. 666 hit points. Hail Satan. How do I save? I don't. This is being done on a... Okay, here we can farm damage. This is being done on a laptop. This is the PC port of Final Fantasy VII. The Steam port, whatever, of Final Fantasy VII. Being played on a laptop. The laptop has a battery. And the laptop is connected to an uninterruptible power supply. So, the laptop itself is also connected to a battery. In between sessions, I tab out from the game and put the laptop into sleep mode. And then when I take the computer out of sleep mode, then just tab it back into FF7 and keep going. So it's all effectively one unbroken session. You know, one technically unbroken session punctuated by sleep mode, by putting Windows into sleep. Which is a low power mode. I have enough battery backup redundancy that I should be able to withstand a power outage that lasts for, like, several days. Yeah, no sub 9... Well, technically, we already have Finishing Touch. We're grinding for Klim Hazard now. No sub 9, both Klim Hazard and Finishing Touch. We do have Cross Slash, so there's that. But yeah, this is going significantly slower than I was expecting. I think we've just been unlucky on potion drops lately. Well, the tasks wouldn't do things very much... the task would not do things, much differently. No, actually, probably what the task would do would be to menu skip encounters to only do the encounters that are guy plus dog.
You're following me.
So whenever the encounter is just dog,
Just a little bit.
or just guy, or maybe both guys, then the task could menu skip to skip those, while maintaining the same danger value, advancing formations that way. So it would only get the good fights. Nice! 420 hit points, we did it. Thank you for the follow, Uzakodi. Thanks to your follow, we finally made it to 420 hit points. Let's see if we can do it again. 482. Okay, one more bite, and then 2 more tentacles. 2 tentacles, and we're at 420 again. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, let's try again. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. 462. Okay. One more bite. And then 3 tentacles. 2 more tentacles and we win. Never mind. So close again. Maybe he'll hit us for 8 somehow. Nope. Okay, let's try again. Ba 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 ba. Nope. Failed again. So close again. Maybe if he hits it for 7. Okay. Try again. As long as our hit points stay an even number, then we have a chance. If he ever hits us for 7, then basically we're fucked. Come on. All tentacles. We might be able to save this. Two more bites. One more bite, two more tentacles. It's possible. Come on, come on. Tentacle, tentacle. We're so close. Fuck yeah! 420. Gaming history. We did it. Okay, I'm running out of pot. Yeah, nice recovery. That was clutch, as the kids on the internet would say. Okay, so now we need more pot. Okay, Cornfed is fighting Ultimate Weapon in Medeal. Cloud has the wiggles. So it's at least 3, possibly 4 more blade beams before we end the stream. Before we have all the limits and then can end the stream. Hopefully we can get it done before we reach level 21. Hey, weed guy. Weed guy, we need some more pot. That's currently what's limiting. Do you know anything about that? Okay, Expanse is suggesting that we legalize grinding. Oh, we might make it to 420 again. We're at 435. We need 8 more damage. Okay, we got some more pot. That's nice. Thanks, wee guy. We can still do it. If we get a guy. And who hits us for either 1 damage twice or 2 damage once. Okay, foot cam is toggled. Not that it makes much difference right now. Okay, this is not going well. Okay, we missed the 420. No, I don't think I'm gonna beat the splits. We're running slower than expected. We're not gonna beat yesterday. Yeah, not enough pot. Not yesterday. On Monday, we had more pot. If we had more pot, we would be done already. Come on, crit. Not like it grows on trees. Yeah. Not like water. So when other people don't have enough pot, that's a business opportunity for you, right? Yeah, we need a lot more pot. Yeah, it feels like we've been very abnormally unlucky, like in the last couple hours. With our pot drops. Wouldn't have much business by this train. Yeah. Well, stay out of the way of that ex-soldier guy. Seems to be on a murderous rampage right now. The drop rate for the dog and the Shinra MP should be the same. Both of them should be like the 14.08 whatever %. Okay, there's some pot. We need to ration out every little bit of pot right now. Oh, I know what we need. We need some cookies. Or at least one cookie. We've got Kirkland cookies. Just for this situation, when you're low on pot. Okay, we need 2 more damage. Okay, Val runs. What we need the good luck for is the pot drops. Yeah, if we reset, that'll probably help. That would help a lot, I'm sure. Okay, we're down to just 1 pot. We're almost completely out of pot. That's how dire the situation is. Weed guy is focusing on the most important thing right now. It's all because of a shortage of pot. Okay, I'm gonna do more sitting back. Okay, floor cats. Ace is not very good today. The ATB has been fine. The problem is that we're not getting the pot that we deserve. Dude, I better get this done before I get tired. I feel like I'm starting to maybe get slightly a little bit tired. That's a bad sign. That means you can probably only go, like, 4 more hours. Nice. So we expect to have all of the limit grinding done before we reach level 21. That does not look like it's going to be the case. So how far are we from 21? Yeah, it will, weed guy. And the limit that I'm grinding is a level 2 limit. Well, we definitely still will be able to fill the bar at level 21. Okay, we are about 400 away from 21. Probably I should just keep going. And not specifically farm damage, not slow down to farm damage until the end of level 21. If I don't have all the blade beams done naturally by the end of level 21, I think that's the right time to farm them manually. That's the slower but more efficient in the long run way to do it. This is probably, the very beginning is probably going to be the only just FF7 stream. So, as soon as I have all the limits, I'm going to start playing Dragon Warrior, and then basically always have, or the plan is to always have some other thing going on at the same time as the grind. The very beginning, I want to have my attention entirely on FF7, because right at the beginning, that's when Cloud is by far the most squishy. It's by far the easiest to accidentally die if you're not paying attention. And this is also, like, a good time to pay attention to do the limit grinding. But once the limit grinding is done, then Cloud, especially in the back row, will be non-squishy enough, will be tanky enough, for me to be comfortable to do other stuff. So I'm not streaming tomorrow. Starting Friday, it's going to be, we're pretty much always going to have some other game going on. Or if not some other game going on, at least some other thing happening besides just FF7. The first of those other things is going to be playing through Dragon Warrior 1. Hey, Sardonic. Yes, of course. Obviously it will. This is just, a new hundo route. It might not be quite as efficient. But at least it gets Cloud to level 99 earlier. Will I stop to level up your character 99 when I get them? No. I will actually play it like it's a speed run. Like, as a speed run. As soon as Cloud reaches level 99. That wouldn't actually take that long to do, though, because everybody except Yuffie is going to join in the high 90s. Or at 99 already. So Barret is going to join at level 98. Barret joins at Cloud's level -1. The non-Yuffie characters all join at using some formula that's along the lines of average party level and then plus or minus some number. In the case of Barret, it's average party level -1, which means Cloud's level -1. Or Barret, more formally, Barret will be set to level 98 in the cutscene where you name a Barret. I agree, Floorcats. If this were not the greatest game, then there would be no reason to do this grind. Alright, we're in the red. Run's dead, everybody. We have to reset. It's all over. We failed. Minus the 6 months on the first screen. Think the run would be faster, no Cloud grind? Yeah, but have you considered how much faster the rest of the run will be after having done the Cloud grind? Like, I'm expecting to one-shot Guard Scorpion. Okay, we're almost level 21. Just a few more fights. 90 more experience points to level 21. So our timing for experience gain is about correct. It's just we're significantly behind on the limit farming. How many bosses will I be able to one-shot? The ones that have less than 10,000 hit points. Probably. There's some pot. That's nice. Nice damage. That's 1/3 of Hail Satan. Okay, that's level 21. Getting to be a lot of hit points. Okay, so level 21 is 0.83. We're over 0.8% done. Our limit bar's close to full. We are either halfway or most of the way done with Blade Beam. But we're low on pot. We're too low on pot to... Okay, so basically, we're just gonna keep going. Taking damage naturally for a while. During level 21. And then, near the end of level 21... if we don't naturally have Climazard, then we'll grind it. We'll grind damage. So this might go, like, another hour or so. Before I end the stream. I do really want to finish the limit grinding, in this stream. Especially considering I know I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I can